No, ideme to prúdiť. Takže takto začíname to dva rázne. Miesto studeného držgrša. Fú, je to tvrdé, no je to tvrdé, je to paseka. No. Miesto studeného držgrša. D6 Filanda. Ale poďme si dať toho studeného držgrša. Počkaj, Gogo, počkaj. No, je to za nami. Máme tu 60. Ideme to skúsiť ďalej otačať. Je to ideálne. Popravde je to dosť neideálne, ale tak sa to iba brnží. Takže áno, Power Exile môžeš točiť len keď si nikdy netočil Power Exile jednotku. Ako ak si točil jednotku, dvojku nebudeš otáčať. A keby som chcel vidieť štatistiky, že koľko ľudí má v Power Exile jednotke 1000 hodín a napriek tomu točí dvojku. Ako určite budú, ale bude ich strašne málo tieľa. Ja by som povedal, že to je tak maximálne 20% populácie. Pozor, 30. 30% populácie maximálne. Sú ľudia, ktorí majú 1000 hodín v jednotke. Maximálne 30%. Maximálne. Lebo ja viem, že nájdu sa kokoti, ktorí si povedia, toto je oveľa ťažšie, tu som oveľa viacej posratý a ja milujem byť posratý. Toto je oveľa väčšia výzva, tu nezomreť, to je brutalita, hej. Nájdu sa takých, ale podľa mňa je len 30%. Lebo to jediné vtedy budeš točiť dvojku, ak miluješ byť posratý, ak si potrebuješ niečo dokazovať. Hej. Ak tvoj záujem Power Exile je úplne odlišný, ako záujem, aký má byť. Lebo Power Exile sa nezapínaš kvôli tomu, že chceš nejakú výzvu. Hej. Power Exile si zapínaš ako kľúďasku, kde ideš nadrpovať nejaké veci, ideš testovať, aký najsilnejší build si schopný postaviť, aký masívny budeš. Power Exile sa nezapínaš, že chceš trpieť, dokazovať si, že a toto je ťažké, a toto milujem, lebo je to ťažké. To není Power Exile. To není štýl Power Exile, kvôli čomu to zapínaš. Keď si chceš dokazovať, že niečo je ťažké, tak si pustí League of Retardov ako točí nuláky. Povedz si, že pokiaľ nevyhrám na nulu v Lige Retardov, tak som prehral. No a tam pochopíš, že je to ťažké. A môže si dokazovať, že vieš vytočiť nuláka v Lige Retardov. To je ťažké, to je hardcore. To je brutalita. To znamená, ak si potrebujem niečo dokazovať, alebo chcem naozaj trpieť, tak idem točiť nuláky v Lige Retardov. To je hardcore. Nulák znamená 30% na kontribúciu, áno? Prajem ti veľa úspechov na 30% kontribúciu s kokotmi a nezomrieť. Tam pochopíš, čo je to tvrdá gášparka, áno? A pochopíš, čo je to tvrdá gášparka. Tam pochopíš, odkiaľ vietor fúka. A vietor nefúka tak, ako si myslíš. Vietor nefúka tak, ako si myslíš. Títo boli rýchli, toto boli rýchli šmaci. To sa nám rentuje. Takýto rýchly šmaci. Peaches impulzívny tank, 16 dní, to zabolo veľmi rýchlo. Došiel, povedal si, toto mi nešmakuje. A odišiel do paseky, naspäť odkiaľ prišiel. Ideme zvať pána Človeku, možno príde s nami. Pán Človeka prišiel s nami. Je tu s nami, to je Gargamel a dá si do nosa takú orechu. Daj si do nosa orechy, pán Človeka. Dajte si. Vítaj. Vítajte. Ešte trošku másaže? Také másnejšie. Oh my god. Gogo, nemôžeš ísť na stôl. Špekačka. Nemôžeš, špekačka. Sa nechodí vyhlizovať. Špekačka. What the fuck is this, man? What are they doing so long? What the hell? Dobre, tento film som nikdy nevidel. Z 97. a som ho nikdy nevidel. To je zaujímavé. Aspoň sa nepovedal, že som to videl. Jackala z 90. No nič. A teraz je to ich nová sezóna. Takže Fallout nejde. Alebo ďalej je update. Right. No. Nič to môžem pokračovať v tomto. Znamená, že Jackala som nikdy nevidel. Z 97. To je zaujímavé. Aspoň si nepamätám, že by som to niekedy videl. By som si určite pamätal. Delo Fuente, Španiel? To je ako Francúz. Tak áno. To je 30 rokov dozadu, to si nepamätám. On skončil pred 30 rokmi. Typujem. Čo znamená v 96. To dáva zmysel. Jo. Nápis sa, neboj sa. Úplne som znechutený z toho. Oh my fucking god. Ako to je úplne neuveriteľné
They call
toto.
this place Tungear's grave.
To nevymyslíš. V kuse jen tá sáčka. Čo robí náš Gradzel na tom stole? Čo je, špejkačka? Špekula. Holy shit. Odletěl jako sandista, že mezi námi. No špekula. Špekačka! Špeko! Niečo vystrašilo. Odletel rýchlosťou svetla. Niečo vystrašilo. Neviem čo. Ale máme tu niečo. Nejaké buržoázie. No. Ja som v šoku, no. Ja som trochu v šoku a trochu som šokovaný z toho, že čo sa deje. To neuveriteľné. Neviem, čo sa deje. Ale 80% času, 8 z 10 ti hovorím, je nesprávny dungeon. Malo by to byť coin flip 50-50, right? Sú dva dungeony, right? Takže by si povedal, že to bude coin flip, áno? Že by to malo byť plus minus rovnaké, to znamená... Ale nie je to tak. Nie je to tak. Osem z 10 pokusov je nesprávny dungeon. Updateuj to, čo robíš?
Hey guys, I want to make a video going over my league start tier list for 8.29, as I always do for every single league. I'll do my tier list on what I think are some of the best builds you can play in the next patch. So I'll go over each build here and go through my thought process of why I think these builds are strong. Keep in mind, this is a tier list for softcore trade. So, it's not based on hardcore or not based on SSF. So yeah, keep that in mind if you are playing those leagues. This is a softcore trade tier list. A hardcore tier list or SSF tier list would look quite different. Also keep in mind, this is based off of force and progression, plus early to mid game farm viable. So it's not just force and progression.
What? Oh. 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 Что это? Oh.
Oh, you're a strong adventurer.
A to dáme auto už.
Take a leg out there. Yours not mine.
Počul. Nemôžeš povedať už. Počkaj, tu mám hovno na sebe. Pustil si jedného krekera. Šokujúce. Si pekne lízal. Čo takto vylizuješ sa mi, čo? To je úplne neuveriteľné. tam žmolíš? Čo tam žmolíš, chlapine? To je si ti trošku lízelky, dobre? Neujete, že ste prišli až sem. Tam šokujúce. Daj si trošku povedania. Neboj sa. Boj sa. Boj sa. Podľa mňa sa ešte nastaví, tak som mu zobral to jedlo, aj keď odišiel so mnou. Nevydrží dlho sám. Nevydrží dlho sám.
Join you in eternity.
Your set won't be my offering.
Or his wings flutter and fall.
To sú tie challenge, že máš robiť tie sáčky. Ako si to skôr na ikonu tam nastavím? Bullshit, man. Where's the dog? Where's the dog, man?
May I be of assistance?
Yeah, Berkeley Springs. Yeah, Black Bear Lodge. Oh, fuck me. Poď. Poď, vítaj, neboj sa. Nebuď bojko. No neboj sa. Neboj sa. Neboj sa. Neboj sa, nebuď bojko, neboj sa. Sand is so cold. Neboj sa. Chce sa posadiť, dať si trošku vrchol? Každý deň potrebuješ dať koľko? Štvrtok, piatok, sobota, nedeľa, pondelok. Útorok, streda, štvrtok, piatok, sobota, nedeľa, pondelok, streda. Tých 10. Stačí dať 11. 11 bládiklov každý deň. Dneska dáme prvých 11. Možno niečo viacej. Je to tvrdé. Uploaduje vôbec? Uploaduje. Ale... Či papaš tak? Už pípička. Si taký trošku orechový záviň, čo? Orechový záviň. Zase dávate tipody. Daily operations. Tiež pôjde do paseky zajtra.
Everything my
Dobre, dorazíme tých kultistov tu. No, odchodzą.
Never come to take my place.
Woo, how you doing? Ed?
Very good. Very good. Takže máme všetko hotové. Môže obiť ten styl. One. We good. Dva strany 4, 5. Dobre, sme hotoví. Ako ty góly, ten Messiho gól vyzerá, keď mu to na schvál nechal. Nedá zmysel. Oh, fuck off. Čo je toto? Čo sa bojíme? Čo sa bojko? On sa zlákol niečoho, odišiel. Zotekal sa skej na pleco.
Ahojte priatelia, dnešné video bude o chladnejšom a sýchravom počasí, ktoré príde na územie Slovenska v závere pracovného týždňa. Ochladenie sme zaznamenali najmä v nedeľu po obede a podvečer, kedy teplota vzduchu za studeným frontom výraznejšie poklesla. No a teraz máme začiatok takého chladnejšieho obdobia, ale poďme sa pozrieť najprv na zrážky a na to, ako sme na tom so suchom na území Slovenska. Nie je vôbec náhoda, že naozaj tie južné oblasti Slovenska alebo aj juhozápad Slovenska, prípadne aj Zemplín, majú menej zrážok a vo viacerých mojich predpovediach väčšinou na juhu bola najnižšia pravdepodobnosť na zrážky a najnižšie úhrny, naopak na severe tie úhrny boli zväčša väčšie. A tu môžete vidieť meteorologické sucho podľa indexu SPEI pre 19. júl, to znamená prelom 2. a 3. júlovej dekády. A naozaj môžeme vidieť, že kým na juhu Slovenska máme miestami extrémne sucho, tak smerom na sever je tá situácia výrazne lepšia a napríklad niekde na Liptove ani nepozorujú sucho, naopak na juhu to sucho je výrazné. A máme aj výraznejšie regionálne rozdiely, napríklad v Banskobystrickom kraji na Gemeri, kým v oblasti Rimavskej Soboty spadlo doteraz iba pár milimetrov, napríklad počas júla, tak už v oblasti Revúce je situácia výrazne lepšia a tam spadlo až okolo 60-70 mm zrážok, takže aj na malé vzdialenosti sú veľké rozdiely v meteorologickom suchu. No a na tomto obrázku môžete vidieť obdobie od 1. do 16. júla, čo sa týka zrážok a porovnanie s normálom rokov 1991 až 2020 a naozaj môžete vidieť, že na viacerých miestach na území Slovenska máme deficit zrážok v júli, iba lokálne je situácia lepšia, a to najmä smerom na sever. A aj napríklad na tom Gemeri v oblasti Stolických vrchov a Muránskej planiny je situácia výrazne lepšia ako napríklad v Rimavskej kotline. A vo všeobecnosti najlepšia situácia je v Žilinskom kraji, najmä na krajnom severozápade. Naopak na juhu máme takmer všade deficit zrážok. Sucho sa však v tomto roku nevyhýba ani horským oblastiam na severe. A tu môžete vidieť deficit zrážok v Oravskej lesnej, ktorý dosahuje teraz v júli až 250 mm a naozaj v Oravskej lesnej pozorujeme nevydané sucho. Ani jeden mesiac v tomto roku zatiaľ nedosiahol zrážkový normál. Všetky mesiace boli zrážkovo podnormálne, najvýraznejšie to bolo v v apríli a v júli zatiaľ pozorujeme zhruba 100 mm zrážok, ale v tejto obci na severe Slovenska na Orave v priemere v rokoch 91 až 2020 spadlo v júli až 140 mm zrážok, čiže stále tam je deficit zrážok. Skutočne máme chladnejšie počasie, niekde je to ochladenie výraznejšie, niekde menej výrazné. Samozrejme popoludní pri slnečnom počasí nám veľká zima nie je, ale tie rána sú naozaj svieže a dnešné ráno bola teplota vzduchu zväčša v intervale od 10 do 5 stupňov, niekde to bolo aj teplejšie a niekde dokonca chladnejšie, najmä v horských dolinách. Na staniciach SHM teplota klesla na zhruba 3 stupne, na Lomnickom štíte sa ochladilo na minus 1,5 stupňa a pozrieme si graf z niektorých mrazových lokalít, kde teplota vzduchu dokonca poklesla aj pod bod mrazu. No a tu môžete vidieť priebeh teploty zo stanice Silická planina Bučina v Slovenskom krase. Zdroj údajov meteocentrum.sk. Na území Slovenska pôsobí taká skupina, ktorá sa volá Lovci mrazov a tí majú stanice aj v takých vyslovene mrazových lokalitách, ktoré cieľene vyhľadávali. No a dnes ráno tam teplota vzduchu klesla na takmer minus 1 stupeň. V najbližších dňoch počasie na Slovensku bude ovplyvňovať tlaková níž. V prízemnom tlakovom poli sa bude nachádzať nad Pobaltím a vo vyšších hladinách bude zasahovať brázda nízkeho tlaku vzduchu od severu až severovýchodu až do strednej Európy, aj nad Česko, aj nad Slovensko. A po zadnej strane tejto tlakovej níže a brázdy bude naďalej pokračovať prílev chladnejšieho vzduchu od severu až severozápadu do strednej Európy. No a vďaka tomu teplota vzduchu na hladine 850 hektopaskalov, to znamená vo výške okolo tých 1400 alebo 1500 metrov, bude vo voľnej atmosfére zväčša iba od 5 do 10 stupňov. Záleží aj kedy, popoludní bude trochu teplejšie a naopak nad ránom tam bude najchladnejšie a v niektorých tých nasledujúcich dňoch teplota v rámci strednej Európy poklesne aj na 3 stupne v tejto výške. Tuto práve môžeme vidieť 23. júl, štvrtok, kedy tá brázda bude najvýraznejšie zasahovať do strednej Európy a teplota v Nemecku na hladine 850 hektopaskalov poklesne na 3-4 stupne. U nás to bude zväčša 7 až 10 stupňov. Na tomto obrázku môžete vidieť porovnanie predpovedanej maximálnej teploty z modelu ICON a porovnanie s normálom rokov 91 až 2020 a môžete vidieť, že na viacerých miestach teplota vzduchu bude dnes popoludní slabo pod priemerom a výraznejšie odchýlky od normálu budú najmä v Žilinskom kraji. Čiže dnes to ešte také chladné nebude a na juhu stredného Slovenska teplota vzduchu bude v podstate okolo normálu, ale v ďalších dňoch sa predsa len ešte trochu viac ochladí a najciteľnejšie to naozaj bude na severe. A niektoré mi spomínate, že opomínam sever, opomínam východ, tak teraz naozaj hovorím aj o tom severnom Slovensku a o Žilinskom kraji a predpokladám, že vo štvrtok a v piatok naozaj pocítite to chladnejšie a sichravé počasie, pretože na severe, na Kysuciach, na Orave, ale aj v celom Žilinskom kraji bude ten štvrtok a piatok teplotne výraznejšie pod dlhodobým priemerom, smerom na juh až také výrazné odchýlky nebudú. A chladné počasie bude zrejme vrcholiť niekedy vo štvrtok a možno aj v piatok. A práve na piatok z dnešného pohľadu dáva model ICON najvýraznejšie záporné odchýlky od normálu, a to je porovnanie teda maximálnej teploty a porovnanie s normálom, čiže v piatok vyzerá to tak, že najchladnejšie bude teda v Žilinskom kraji, kde budú aj najvýraznejšie teplotné odchýlky od normálu, ale aj sever východného Slovenska bude pomerne chladný, prípadne aj krajiny východ Slovenska. Smerom na juh tá odchýlka bude zväčša 2 alebo 1 stupeň pod normálom a maxima tam budú vystupovať aj nad 25 stupňov, to si ukážeme na ďalších slajdoch. No a práve tuto môžeme vidieť maximum teploty pre štvrtok 23. júl, čiže na juhu Slovenska teplota okolo 25-26 stupňov, ale na severe bude výrazne chladnejšie a tam maxima iba okolo 16 stupňov alebo 17 stupňov. No a v piatok, keď by mal byť najchladnejší deň, na juhu maxima okolo 25 stupňov, 26 stupňov, v najteplejších lokalitách a najteplejšie bude zrejme v juhovýchodnej časti Podunajskej nížiny alebo aj na juhu stredného Slovenska v okrese Veľký Krtíš. Naopak na severe maximum v najchladnejších lokalitách môže byť iba okolo 15 stupňov Celzia. No a rána budú tiež v nasledujúcich dňoch pomerne svieže. Tu máme noc zo štvrtka na piatok, minimum teploty väčšinou 13 až 7 stupňov, ale v dolinách bude aj o niečo chladnejšie. A ešte aj noc z piatka na sobotu bude na viacerých miestach svieža, aj chladná, minimum teploty väčšinou 12 až 7 stupňov. V údoliach, najmä v Žilinskom kraji, v oblasti Nízkych Tatier a Tatier, to bude aj chladnejšie a na juhovýchode môže byť o niečo teplejšie. Tak a poďme sa pozrieť na zrážky, ktoré viacerých z vás zaujímajú. Zhoršenie počasia príde vo štvrtok a v piatok a keďže tá tá brázda bude zasahovať od severu a to prúdenie bude severozápadné až severné, tak asi nikoho neprekvapí, že opäť ten sever Slovenska dostane najviac zrážok. A vidíme tu 24-hodinový úhrn, to znamená úhrn za štvrtok, za celý deň od polnoci do polnoci. A vidíme, že najviac zrážok by malo spadnúť práve na krajnom severe Slovenska, smerom na juh bude zrážok výrazne menej a tam na viacerých miestach iba do 1-2 mm, naopak na severe môže lokálne spadnúť aj viac ako 10 mm. No a tu je predpoveď zrážok pre piatok a vidíme, že naďalej teda na juhu stredného a západného Slovenska minimum zrážok a viac zrážok bude na severe a východe územia. Podobné to má aj Aladín, ale ten vytvára aj prehánky aj na juhu Slovenska, aj na juhu západného a stredného Slovenska. Treba rátať s tým, že to počasie bude premenlivá oblačnosť, na severe môže prevažovať veľká oblačnosť a prehánky sa teda môžu vyskytnúť aj v južnej polovici západného a stredného Slovenska, ale najviac zrážok aj najvyššie úhrny by mali byť na severe, v Žilinskom kraji a potom aj na východe územia. No a tu máme opäť podľa mňa veľmi dobrý produkt a to je pravdepodobnosť zrážkového úhrnu. V tomto prípade ide o pravdepodobnosť, že spadne 1 mm a viac za 24 hodín a ide o predpoveď pre štvrtok od polnoci do piatkovej polnoci. A opäť vidíme, že najnižšia šanca na zrážky je opäť na tom juhu, pretože ako som povedal, prúdenie bude severozápadné až severné, takže tam sa vyskytnú nejaké prehánky, ale pravdepodobnosť úhrnu zrážok 1 mm a viac je zväčša do tých 30% a naopak najvyššia šanca je smerom na sever, prakticky v Žilinskom kraji, tam sa to blíži k tým percentám, tam dá sa povedať na 100%, bude pršať a rovnako aj v Prešovskom a prípadne Košickom kraji, tak tam je pomerne vysoká šanca, že vo štvrtok a v piatok pršať bude. Budú to opäť také prehánky, občasný dážď a trvalejšie zrážky najmä na krajnom severe. No a keďže všetko sa to udeje v chladnejšom vzduchu, tak opäť na vrcholoch Tatier sa objaví zrejme aj sneženie a môže tam aj napadnúť možno pár centimetrov snehu, zhruba od tej výšky okolo 2400 metrov, ale veľmi rýchlo sa potom oteplí cez víkend a tu už môžete vidieť predpoveď pre 26. júl, čo je nedeľa a tam už bude prílev teplejšieho vzduchu, ale o tom si povieme niekedy na budúce. Ak sa vám páčilo toto video, tak ho nezabudnite odmeniť lajkom a ak si nechcete nechať ujsť aktualizáciu predpovede, aj predpovede na víkend, tak sa pridajte aj k odberu kanála. Prajem vám ešte pekný deň. Dovidenia.
aký si šmíkoš, čo je? Čo je? Boba. Čo je Boba? Bobo, čo je Bobo? Špekačka. Veľký mákový zázvor. Je to spičusové všetko, čo? Cory Vickery. Oh, fuck me, man. Fuck the picture. Fuck the picture, man. Fuck the pictures. Takže dali sme... Počkaj, sú 59-ky, to máme, nedali sme AP. 59-ku máme. Nedali sme. Potom 60-ku. Potom 60-ku. Mohli by sme urobiť ženy. Nerad to robím, lebo je to trošku podradné. Ale... Ale vylížeme ženy. Áno, vylížeme ich. Aj tak ich treba rozlizovať. Asi v takom biednom násadení. kde buď dáš ženy, alebo máš problém. No a keďže nechceme mať problém, ak chceme držať ten trend, tak ideme dať tie ženy. Áno, ideme dať tie ženy. Čo sa dráždiš? Čo sa dráždíme, chlapina? Máme 16,5 tisíca, to nám stačí na tie ženy. Viacej tak nezlustrujeme. Trošku som sa nechal nejaké zázvory, ale máme 77, takže to sa poddá. Treba tie ženy ilustrovať na škodu veci. Treba ilustrovať. Lebo už to nemôžeme nejako extra zanedbávať. Lebo ak zanedbáš ženy, budeš mať samozrejme problém. Áno. Nikto z nás nechce problémy, áno. A preto si povie, že dobre, tak vylížem tie ženy, dám ich. Chcel by to ešte nejaký podmás. Nejakú megalomániu. Ešte zajtra, v štvrtok ešte zinkasujeme nejaké veci. Ale už sa dostávame do dobrých čísel. Máme vynulované kontrakty. Vynulované kontrakty. Dungeony máme na úzde a už nemáme bonusové dungeony. To je veľmi prozaická správa. Ženy sa pekne teraz vykryštalizujú dole. Áno. Teraz sa pekne vykryštalizujú ženy. Čo je špageta? Čo je špago? Čo stráždime? Takže tá Path of Exile liga má veľký potenciál. Uvidíme, či potenciál nesklame. Tá Path of Exile liga by si mala blísnuť a hlavne kvôli tomu, že už nebude Abyss. Nebude Abyss, nebude Breach. Čo je, odgrni si, no neboj sa, odgrni si. Neboj sa odgrgnúť, neboj sa vygrgnúť. Neboj sa odgrnúť. Neboj sa s nami poriadne zagrgnúť. Uvidíme, v každom prípade jedna vec je istá. Vyhnicený trón končí. To je istá vec. Tu si nebudeme klamať, vyhnisaný trón. Končiť do paškvílu. Ale čo je, Grgo? Špageta. Kľudne si odgrni, neboj sa. Odgrni si a aj si vygrni. Odgrni si, chlapina, odgrni si. Ale, čo sa draždíme? Čo sa draždíme? Robí sa to, draždí sa? Takýmto spôsobom? Neboj sa, prestan sa dráždiť, neboj sa, prestan sa dráždiť, neboj sa, prestan sa dráždiť. Čo je? Čo je? Grazel. Orechový závin. Prestan sa dráždiť, halelúja, prestan sa dráždiť, halelúja. Naša špagetka. Naša špagetka. Takže už sa blíži Power of Exile. Nahnesený trón pôjde do riti. Každý deň odkúpime nejaké páškvily. No, využijeme Da Vinciho kódy. Do riti. Tak áno, sila išla hore, lebo už máme 60-ku. 60-ku. 60-ku Stonery. Už sú väčšie páškvily. Posať sa na plece. Neboj sa, odkrýtni si. Ale škrekol. Škrekul. Trošku podgúražený jedinec, čo? Podgúražený jedinec. Ale škrekul. Škrekoš. Škrekulo. Čo je? Majo. Špekačka. Čo je? Čo rezíme do ucha? Chceš masáž? Chceš masáž, no? Preto si taký nepodaný. Chceš masáž a nemáš ju. Keď máš svoju masáž, tak je to pekelné dráždi. Pretože si vyžaduje svoje masáže. Si vyžaduje svoje masáže. Si vyžaduje svoje masáže. Vyžaduješ si ich tvrdo a vyžaduješ si ich rázne. Rád si, že ty škrekneš. Neboj sa, nejako zvládneme ty a ja. My dva to nejako zvládneme. Dobre, nejako to zvládneme ty a ja. Dva šmaci, áno, dva šmaci, veľa previti. Také dva šmícle, áno? Také dva šmícle. Ty a ja. Takí dvaja všíváci sme. Dvaja vševedi, no? Dvaja vševedi. Chceš ísť trošku? Chceš ísť? Takí dva vševedi sme. Dva kúkačpánili, dva makavelisti, čo? Ty a ja. Trochu ti to ešte premixujem, Dobre, chlapina? Premixujem ti to, takto trošku mixing. Tak áno, prišla aj na ženu, no. Prišla aj na ženu. Prišla aj na ženu. Ale čo je, švihák? Veľký švíhák. Veľký migrifič. Veľký manález. Čo je? Špekačka. Natiahni si krídelníka. To je ono. Neboj sa, špekačka, spolu to zvládneme ty a ja. Špekačka, špekulo. Spolu to zvládneme ty a ja. 2 krekery. 2 šmiclery. Dva makové záviny. Dva crackbustery, no. Neboj sa. Ale Dudini sa pekne vynuloval. Len ešte máme... Ešte určite bude jeden poler na ženách. Ale už to nevidím na viacej ako jedného polera. Pretože teraz sa vynulujeme v podstate. Teraz sa vynulujeme. Áno, máme nejaké dungeony ešte. Streda, štvrtok. Žena dá 8000. A napriek tomu to nevidím viacej ako na jedného polera. Takže Dudín by mal dať už iba jedného polera. Títo tam má ešte minimálne 2 polerov, minimálne, nie 3. Pozrieme sa na Titova. Koľko polerov bude treba ešte dať. Neviem, či som ho vynuloval alebo nie. Pochybujem. Podľa mňa budú ešte čiastky. Podľa mňa budú ešte pekné mákové zámeny. No. Čo je špejkačka Huncut? Huncut. Jo, Huncino. Sedíš dozadu, však ťa odnesieme, neboj sa, len momentálne trošku rýžujeme. Neboj sa, Huncut, poď na plece. Poď na plece, keď chceš. Huncut. Huncino. Očkvárok. Nechceš, čo? Chceš ísť dozadu. No, takže ostaje nám menej ako 1000. Malo by to vydržať na menej ako 1000. No, keď to všetko vykrešeš. Keď to vykrešeš. Rekordné číslo 14 a 50. Sú rekordné číslo Marindova, keď točíme. Skoro 20 Marindov sme schopní vytočiť, takže to je silné. Máme minútku, no, takže bude to 1000 niečo nám ostane, ale to je OK, to je v rámci možností. Neminuli sme ani 15 000, neminieme. To trošku smrdí, čo sme sa flákali? Neboj sa. Už ideme. Je tých 15 000 iba. Tak sú tam veľké rezervy, je tam veľký rezervoár, no, je tam veľký rezervoár, ktorý spôsobil tieto veci. Takže minuli sme 15 000, presne na Fagana. Presne na Fagana 15-ku. Ale ešte dám toto, nebudem si sáť, dáme ešte túto jednu várku. Vždy vždy to ukončujeme pri tejto várke. Celko sme to lízli. Ostalo nám nám 1000 a nejaké drobule. Odnesieme nášho huncúta.
Like never before.
Takže filozofia sa má tak, že sme urobili slušnú prácu dneska. Ešte nás samozrejme čakajú nejaké nemilosrdné kokr španielstva, ale s tým sa samozrejme skúsime tiež popasovať. Boli dobre, aby som vynuloval dungeony. Na čo by som chcel tiež samozrejme pozrieť, aj sa pozriem, lebo tu, že ako stíhame, ešte teoreticky stíha aj títo. Teoreticky stíha aj títo jedno kokr španiela, len strašené veľa je to. Tieto ženy. Aj títo by mal spraviť jedného. Úplne bezkonkurenčné. Toto je to, že úplne bezkonkurenčné. What? Ja? Ty už máš ona? OK. Čo potrebujeme? Šperky dáme. Brnenie? Brnenie mi dal naposledy, dám brnenie znova. Poď. Brnenie som dal tu upgrade, skúsim znova, čo dáme. Nedali sme.
You can only trust the Steel Trust Union. This is my favorite customer.
Pozrieme, ak titul má... Ak titul má... Tak jednoznačne titul dá tiež pol hodinku na ženách, pretože to nejde inak. Sme v časovej tiesni už. Za chvíľu je piatok a... No.
Fresh cooking ingredients here. Take a look. I won't charge you for browsing.
No. 19 000. To je veľký páškvil. To je to nejaký podnos.
Good day, guys. How's it going? It's Study here. So while I was making the Stoneburst precaution guide, GG all of a sudden posted a crazy teaser, the Crab Totems. So in the new league, there will be this new unique stuff, weapon that will allow us to summon totems that move around. So these crabs are not minions, by the way, right? They are fully considered to be totems according to GG, and yeah, they can move and follow you around. Yeah. So I'm really excited to try these new crab totems, and I wanted to make this video to share my thoughts about what I think will be the best to use with these crabs, which spells, which mechanics, and also just speculate about how good these crab totems are going to be in comparison to like normal spell totems that don't move.
Piče, ty skurvysyn.
So let's take a look at this stuff more closely.
To nie je dobré.
So it says targeted spells are supported by level 20 crab totem, right? So totems that can move around. Totems have 100% increased movement speed, so it's like a separate stat. I'm not sure if it can, if this value can go from lower to higher value. Maybe only with volatile valor we can change it. It has 189% spell damage, so probably can go around 200 overall. That's like higher flow. And increased totem duration, so that could be kind of quite important for crabs to last longer, right? So you don't have to spam crab totems like you have to spam the spell totems as you go through the map, but they just follow you for longer. And then +2 to maximum number of summoned totems. We don't know if this +2 number could be variable. Maybe it can go +3. That would be super cool if it could. But yeah, it says +2 right now on this one picture here. So there are still many things that we don't know about this crab totems archetype. The biggest mystery, of course, is in the very first line, the Socket spell supported by level 20 crab totem. So that basically implies that crab totems support is not exactly like spell totem support, and they do have different values of different modifiers. So here's the list of the biggest questions that I have for this mystery. The video. So first of all, yeah, crab totem placement speeds. So on this teaser, it seems like the character is a marauder. Right now is in the summoning animation, by the way, and it uses the right hand and not left hand like Templar. So that means that it's not Templar hardened most likely. So it doesn't have crazy totem placement speed. Trauma ascendancy. So the totem placement speed animation right here, it seems to be pretty fast and good and not super slow and bad. So that makes me excited. The second thing is crab placement range. So this is way more of a concern. According to this tiny clip that we got from GGG, they place these crabs 2 times with this. They place it once, place it 2 times. And both times they place the totems or crabs right next to their feet. Like not at a distance, but right next to them. So yeah, that makes me worried that maybe the placement range will be even smaller than with Ballista, and they will not allow us to summon these crabs at a distance like we can do with spell totems. This is one of the like great features of spell totems that we have, honestly, to be able to like place them far ahead of us. So that's a big question mark. Or maybe this clip just plays them randomly right next to like, character feet, right? Another big question is what's going to be the crab totem life and duration? So we have increased duration on the staff, but maybe the default for crab totem duration already, the base duration could be bigger than the duration of other totems, like spell totems. Because again, they need to follow you around the map, so it will make sense for them to last longer. And crab life is also a bit of a concern because totems can get blasted pretty fast, especially like in juice maps. I mean, I'm talking about spell totems. And these crab totems, we kind of want to rely on them to not die, so we don't have to resummon them as often. So maybe they're gonna be like more immunity, like more life or more resistances, something like that. Maybe no. Big mystery. Another question, Crab aggro range. So Totem aggro range is one of the most important stats, honestly, about Totem builds. Whenever I try new spell with spell Totem, it's always the first thing that I test. These Totems with the spell have good range. And some spells have different range in Totems. There are some bugs happening with that. And what's interesting is that on these Arc Crabs in the trailer, the range looks actually bigger. So as you can see, they already started casting. So at the enemy, there is over here. So Arc Crabs are right there, and enemy is here. So if I try to compare it to Arc Totems that we have right now, the normal Arc Spell Totems, and it seems like this range is a bit bigger than the range of current Totems. Which also would make sense because of the next thing. So Crab AI, will they prioritize following your character, or will they be able to chase enemies like minions can do sometimes, right? So minion can like sense that there is a monster like ahead of you, and if you stand still, will crabs actually get closer to the monster by themselves and start attacking it like minions do, or will they not be doing that? Because based on this teaser short video, they always keep following the character. They never really try to walk towards the enemy by themselves. But then, yeah, this split is not also perfect, right? Because I guess this character doesn't really give them the opportunity to like follow the enemies by themselves and be proactive. So yeah, this could be a big problem because if they always behind you, that's kind of like bad. And another super, like the most important thing, honestly, I think, is Crab Totem support, damage and casted less multiplier. So here's the Spell Totem support, right, which by the way gets nerfed next week. Spell Totem support level 20 will be 50% less damage multiplier and 40% less cast speed, right? So Spell Totems have double less damage multiplier to like basically balance it versus when you cast it with the self-casting. So yeah, what less damage multipliers will Crab Totem support have? I kind of expect them to make it similar numbers to Spell Totem support, honestly, for that to basically continue being balanced and not problematic. So yeah, but it still could be different though, and the whole theory crafting could be completely like ruined if it's gonna be a too small number. But if the number is gonna be like not as bad as on Spell Totem and like more damage basically by default, these crabs could become just OP and just better for any other totems. So it will also would be weird. This is why I think the damage numbers multiplier is probably gonna be similar. So yeah, and I guess this is most of the unknown things that we have. And speaking of damage, I wanted to kind of like compare, right? When we use this staff weapon for craft totems versus when we use wand and shield when we play normal spell totems usually, right? Usually we use wand or maybe a scepter with the shaper shield which gives plus one totem. So how much less or more damage can we get from this weapon, right? So you can see it has probably around 200 spell damage it can roll, right? And when compared to wand and shield, you can actually roll about the same amount of spell damage. It's like 100% spell damage on critics on wand and 100% spell damage on critics on shield. So this kind of like exclude each other when compared. So staff have plus 2 totems. I hope that maybe it's gonna be rolling plus 3, but let's not think about that, right? Let's say it's plus 2 totems. So we have plus 1 totem on normal wand plus shaper shield. So staff has plus extra totem in comparison. And staff also has plus 1 support, right? Because it already has socketed crab support, and you can still have 6 gems inside of the staff. So it's kind of like a pseudo 7 link virtually. So usually extra support gem is about like 30, maybe 25% more DPS to the build. It depends, of course, on the spell that you use. Some spells have more useful support gems that can give a lot of damage. Some spells have less. So what we can get on one the shields is, for example, on one we can have plus 2 to levels on prefix and on shield plus 1 to level of spells. So plus 3 level to spells, I would say, is kind of comparable to extra support gem in terms of damage. It's also like around 30% more DPS. It also varies from your actual spell level, what spell you use, but I think it's comparable value. So these exclude each other and these exclude each other. So basically we have plus 1 totem on staff in comparison to shield, plus 1 extra, right? So how much damage is plus 1 extra totem? Usually when we play spell totems, we have 4 totems with this setup. So with crab totems, we're gonna have 5 totems. So when we go from 4 to 5 totems, it's 25% more damage in comparison, right? From 4 to 5. And this 25% more damage, so we compare this 25% more damage from plus 1 totem to these 3 stats that we can get from like other damage stats basically. 3 chance, spell 3 chance we can get on suffix on 1 and suffix on shield. Suffix on 1 can be cast speed, and then we can get like chance to level damage with suffix on 1 and shield. And to be fair, like 25% more damage versus these 3 stats is actually smaller, but not extremely smaller. Not entirely smaller, definitely. So what I'm saying, like initially when I was looking at this stuff, I was thinking, man, there's like no damage. Where's this stuff? There's like almost no damage in this stuff. That sucks. But then yeah, well, like considering the support damage, another extra totem, and it still has some spell damage, it's pretty decent roll. It's really pretty decent, really decent and comparable to like really well rolled 1 plus shield with ES-wise. So it's plus 2 wands with T1 spell damage, and like T1 spell crits, T1 cast speed, and chance to develop damage, for example, and 2 damage stats on shield. So you could say that, of course, on 1 with shield, we could still have 7 link, for example, right? So we could use Soul Mantle and basically also have 7 links to actually support them. But the counter argument would be that when we use the crab stuff, we could use a different body armor that could give us like damage to crab totems, for example, right? Or we could use a body armor with like a lot of defenses, which would allow us to spec out of defenses on Pantry and spec more into damage. So I think like it makes sense to compare specifically damage stats we get from the weapon slots only, without accounting for like other like body armor and stuff. Same thing goes with like in one shield you can get some extra defenses, right? You can get some life on shield, maybe mana, maybe suppression, but yeah, DPS wise, I think these two are. This is a bit lower. This stuff is a bit lower, but still comparable, which is pretty exciting, I think. So hopefully that damage and less Captain multipliers and platform support will be not much worth spell totem and similar. So that leads me into next topic, pros and cons of playing crab totems versus spell totems, playstyle wise, right? So which totems will be better if the damage is pretty much comparable, hopefully. So I was trying to think, like playstyle wise, what's gonna be a pro of playing crab totem? So you need to
Oh my god, man. Oh my lord. O? No jestli tam vzadu ty piče sú. What a bitch, right? Utratili sme nejaké, ale stále mám veľké resty, ale snažíme sa dobehnúť. Snažíme sa dobehnúť tieto škvarky. Máme 2 dungeony. 2. A dobre, spravili sme dneska hodinu na ženách. Takže... že by skončilo toto spíčený nahnitý trón. Že by skončil, že by išiel do pasek. Paul Vexel ho trochu vytlačí, typujem, že Renčej ho vytlačuje masívne. Predsa len trón zdevastovali. Trón bol vždy nakadený. Ale oni to dali na trošku vyšší úroveň ešte. Prečo sa teraz pýtať píče sebe, čo? O takomto čase mal trón 8000, koľko má teraz? Stále sa drží, čo je šokujúce.
Summon your totems less often, right? Because they follow you, right? Usually you jump through the map with spell totems, you have to spam totems all the time. In boss arena, when the boss moves around, you have to do something closest to the boss all the time. So you don't have to do this nearly as often when totems can follow you. So that means that you can just be lazier, right? So that's kind of like an advantage. You don't need to click as much, which is surely a big advantage to some of us, right? Or it's also you basically have more time to use some other skills. For example, easy example would be to use aura mines. So for example, Stonewall's mine, you throw them without detonating, right? It's just one button. You throw mines, they apply aura around enemies, which makes enemies take extra damage from your crab totems. So this is kind of like a DPS advantage, or just being lazier. The rest, I think, is disadvantages actually. So crab totems are always seemingly behind you in maps. So mapping speed is going to be slower with crabs. And yeah, so usually when you play spell totems, you can summon totems ahead of you, and they will clear a pack ahead of you as you walk to them, and then you summon them ahead of you again, and you walk to them. So with crabs, it's the opposite. They crawl behind you and clear packs behind you instead of ahead of you. So you have to wait for them to clear packs and come to you. So this creates this, it slows you down on mapping. Simply slows you down to be behind you, not ahead. And also it makes you more vulnerable to enemy stack because, again, with spell totems, we play them ahead of us and they clear a pack ahead of you. And once you get to the next screen, basically, most of the enemies are already dead and they don't stack you. And because the crab totems are behind you, you kind of like walk into monsters that are alive and they attack you more than with spell totems. Another disadvantage of crab totems, I think, is that they are next to you, right? They follow your character. They initially, or most of the time, will be next to you. That means that you are more vulnerable to enemies' area effects, /attacks and spells. Usually, when you play spell totems, you can like don't summon them directly next to you, right? You summon them to the side, ahead of you, so that you don't get splashed down. So of course, this downside can be negated if you cleverly you use decoy totems in a clever way. Decoy totems taunt enemies away. They actually fix to the bucket of taunt with decoy totems. Great, naturally. Another disadvantage is that you have less control over your totem's position. So with normal spell totems, they are stationary and you place them and they will not move, right? They're gonna be there attacking monsters around. So let's just imagine a situation, you fight Searing Xarkos. Searing Xark says incineration. And you have a couple of seconds where this expanded Nova happens and you need to run away from it, and then it's like one shot, but you're too far. So usually whenever Searing Xark says incineration, I immediately place a bunch of totems right next to him, replace them, and run away, right? So this couple of seconds where the expanded Nova happens, my totems get from DPS Searing Xark really efficiently. So this is not going to be a thing with crab totems, right? So the crab totems will run away with you. They will just disappear and not do damage. So yeah, and honestly, in many boss fights especially, right, it happens when I just want to stand and totem next to the boss and I myself walk away and just not even and like dodge some mechanics basically. For example, in main fights, this happens a lot actually. In the final phase where there's like a bunch of beams, right? So I just sometimes next to her and I just walk away from beams. Yeah, I know that she will teleport to the other side of the arena as well. So crab totems will be disadvantages in these situations. So yeah, more disadvantages than advantages, you would think. But I think we can try to turn this playstyle disadvantage into our advantage with crab totems. So hear me out, right? So another disadvantage that I wanted to mention, we get to skills part, not playstyle. GGG announced that today that channeling skills cannot be used with crab totems, and this is a really big downside, honestly, because generally, with spell totems at least, the best spells to use are usually channeling ones: Stormburst, Flame Blast, Divine Ire. I mean, a lot of them. Scorching Ray, for example, right? Because we can basically negate the downside of channeling skills, where like you have to stand still to channel them, but totems stand still anyway, and they channel, so you have better damage uptime of channeling skills, so it's like really powerful. So yeah, channel spells are not usable by crabs, but I think some spells could be better with this crab's AI. So that leads us into the next topic. Which spells can benefit the most from playing crab totems? So we, together with Twitch chat, did some brainstorming session and thinking about like what can benefit from the fact that your totems can move around. So, for example, so these are not in any particular order, by the way, just kind of like a list of skills that I thought about. So, Ball Lightning of Orbiting. So let me showcase the skills as well, I guess. I actually report them to the standards. Ball Lightning of Orbiting. So it's a skill like this. So that makes it like if so imagine that I'm a totem, right, and I can walk around. Okay, you know what? I just realized we gotta remove this from the list as we record the video. Here we go. No, this can be deleted. So I thought following and focusing will follow you for some reason. I thought it will follow you as you run around. So I thought these balls will follow your crab totems as crab totems will be run around, but apparently it doesn't. So I don't think actual crabs have advantage in this case. Never mind. Cancel it. All right. So, but let's get to the second part. So Ice Winter, Glacial Cascade, or Ice Spear. So these are the skills which can benefit a lot from positioning. And it can be hard to position normal spell totems correctly with these skills. There's some really powerful to play these skills on mines, for example, like Ice Winter Mines, Glacial Cascade Mines. So basically, if we look at the Eye of Winter spell, right, when you self-cast it, it has like explosion with multiple projectiles at the very end of the treble animation. So usually you would want to, like, you play Eye of Winter totems, normal spell totems, you have to place them on the edge of the aggro range to make sure that these like final explosion happens directly on top of the enemy, on top of the boss, which would give you crazy burst damage. So yeah, it could be way easier to apply this range with crabs, right? Because you already have all your own crabs summoned, and you walk into the boss, and it will just immediately stop at the edge of the aggro range, and it will immediately start casting, and so the overlapping of this explosion will be like way more powerful. So similar thing happens with Glacial Cascade. So the final explosion, so this character has actually a lot of increased artifacts. So final explosion looks pretty massive. But yeah, so also Glacial Cascade benefits a lot from positioning of totems correctly. So the traps, you need to have your totems far away from the monster. So traps can naturally do this easier than spell totems. And Ice Spear as well. Ice Spear, you don't want to place them too close to the enemy because Ice Spear has some travel time before it's becomes a second form, which has like more damage. So these three spells, I can like put them in the same category over here. So kind of like distancing with crabs, natural distancing. Then another skill, Blade Vortex of Scything. So the thing is, this Blade Vortex skill is not a Nova skill, which means we can't use Astral Projector Ring to make it so that totems will be able to cast at a distance. So that means that totems can only cast this Blade Vortex around themselves. So that means that whenever the enemy moves around, the boss moves a little bit around, you always have to, like if you play normal spell totems, normal Blade Vortex of Scythe totems, you have to resummon them all the time, and it's also especially really annoying on the map. And whenever there's like you kill this type of monster, but then the Ray monster like walks away, you have to resummon this Ray monsters move around, you have to resummon it again, or like there is few extra monsters left. They were not initially right next to the pack. So yeah, totems will automatically be able to like fully clear it, maybe. And yeah, kind of like chase enemies with skills that's only cast around the totem. So these are not Nova skills, because Nova skills could cast distance anyway with Astral Projector, except for the Shock Nova, the next spell, Shock Nova. So the thing is, you can't use Astral Projector with Shock Nova, or you can, but then you lose a bunch of damage. You lose half the damage with Shock Nova when you use it with Astral Projector, because Shock Nova has 2 damage components. It hits with a rain and with a nova. So nova hits everything around you, but the rain hits at a distance. It doesn't hit directly on top of the enemy. So when you use a Astral Projector, that means that the epicenter of the nova happens in the middle of the boss, and the ring will not hit the boss, and the ring is half the damage. So with Craft Totems, it seems like this is going to be more consistently hitting with 2 portions of the skill of Shock Nova. And yeah, you don't have to constantly resummon totems closer to monster, they will just walk around. So this I think has good potential. And then we have like 2 kind of like archetypes of spells. So travel skills, I think naturally can be more interesting with spell totems or with trap totems today. Because I tried to play, for example, Frostlink or Winter Blast spell totem builds, and it was powerful but kind of annoying because totems could just you can like get to the boss room and you summon your spell totems with Frostlink, but there is like a pack of monsters next to the boss too, and they just jump away to the pack. And then they jump away to the second portion of the pack, and then the pack of monsters is healed, but totems already can't see the boss, so they don't jump back to the boss. And you just hear like you versus the boss, and like the boss back to you, and you like, where are my totems? You have to resummon them constantly, and more often. More resummoning. It's kind of like with Shock Nova, I would say, where you have to just like summon them in specific places way more often than other totems, basically, because they move around, so less control over them. So yeah, I would say that spell totems have less control when they can move, but then if you make it so that your moving totems can move to you when being crab totems, this is kind of like more advantages, I think. So yeah, also Body Swap, Lightning Warp are probably honorable mentions in this case. And then another thing is spells with cooldown, like for example Hex Blast or Flame Dash. Flame Dash is both travel skills and spell with cooldown, by the way, so it's kind of like double advantages here. So yeah, I'm not saying that Flame Dash crabs are necessarily going to be good, but I think they're going to be better than with normal spell totems. So why spells with cooldowns could be interesting? Well, because naturally you have cooldown, like when you support a skill that has a cooldown with the spell totem support, you have cooldown on summoning the spell totem. So basically, if you just summoned, I don't know, like 4 Hex Blast totems and you got to the boss, you will not be able to quickly summon all your 4 totems right next to the boss. You'll have to wait for this 2 seconds cooldown 4 times if you don't have like cooldown scaling. So it will take you like 8 seconds to summon this cooldown totems next to the boss. So yeah, these crabs that can last a long time, you just summon them and you don't care about cooldowns as much. So you can play around cooldowns way better. Sadly, Bola Static, the best cooldown skill to be used on totems, cannot be used on totems anymore already for many leagues. Otherwise, it would be GG for crab totems. But yeah, we still have a couple of skills with cooldowns that's, I don't know. I would want to test them at least. I think there is some playstyle advantage here with crabs. So some other spells we also thought about is Aura Crabs or Curse Crabs. So yeah, you can just support like Spell Totem or a new like Crab Totem with an Aura, and you can or with multiple auras even, and they can cast auras for you. So yeah, I'm gonna summon like Hatred Totem. Never mind, I forgot to do Spell Totem support. Here we go. So I summon Hatred Totem. It costs a bunch of mana though, so mana cost would be an issue here. Mana recovery, I guess. And then I summon Wrath Totem. So here we go, I have Hatred and Wrath Aura on me from Totems. And then, so now I can just walk away from them and like lose the aura from them, but Crab Totems will follow you around and will always have an aura. But yes, that creates a problem. And so like, where do you do damage? How do you do damage if you would think main source of damage is not doing damage. Cast auras for you. So you have to do damage with something else. And it's probably not going to be totems because you kind of like sacrifice your totem limit for auras.
Fucking
so you have
bricks,
less damage in
man.
totems. So
Fucking bricks.
Non-totem build basically. Maybe Mercenary, by the way, right? Because Mercenary probably requires an aura bot around you, and so you kind of like create crabbed aura bots. So like scale your Mercenary, or I don't know, some other way of dealing damage. But then you gotta remember to have a staff weapon which scales totems. So it's kind of awkward and not really totemy build fights.
You bricks.
Then some
Fucking bricks.
for laser playstyles. Basically, like some combo of Blade Bolt for Blade Blast, or just Great Detonate Dead, Essence Reputation, stuff like that, right? So you can have like one thing being on crabs, so for example, like they spam Detonate Dead, right? And you self-cast spam only Desecrate. So it's not 2 buttons presses. You can like summon your crabs and they will follow you for like 30 seconds, and then you always spam Desecrate and they spam Detonate Dead. So
Fucking
that also
bricks.
could be something.
Fucking
It's
bricks.
just, yeah, I can like play them separately because it's still gonna be really spammy playstyle, right? Like a lot of self-casting builds, a bit of a taboo. very helpful. There's another thing here. So these charge skill used to be usable with totems in the past, and then they disabled. So now in the game, when you try to do this charge with skill totem the same item, it will just not link to each other. Maybe they will forget about this with craft totems, and these charges will be supportable by craft totems. Then it's gonna be like really interesting. Really unlikely. Really unlikely. So yeah, basically like other spells than normal spells are crafts we saw in the trailer, right, or Ethereal Knights we saw in this teaser craft totems. These other spells, I think, will be just literally better on normal spell totems because like we can see the pros and cons, right? Like I think naturally crafts have more disadvantages in comparison to normal totems. If you don't use thing, like the fact that they can move around in your advantage, right? So we have to get another advantage over normal totems. That's the interesting thing with crafts. And then yeah, so when we were brainstorming with that, there was a lot of suggestions that like frequently asked as well. So Flamewood, I think Flamewood crafts. I think they could be better for mapping, but I don't think so. So the big thing with Flamewood is that the best way of scaling damage with this is with Black Zenith. Gloves, right? With gloves, where you need to put your totems inside of those gloves for them to do damage. But with craft totems, you need to put your totems in your staff, not in gloves. So there's already like a mismatch. But if for example, crafts will have really big life value, right? To make it so that Flamewood will be really powerful with that much life totems. It's still gonna be worse. So first of all, yeah, when we resummon totems, we can taunt with Totem Mastery. There's a big value as well when we play Flamewood totems, right? Because you want to get to attack the totems, so you want them to taunt. But I guess you can have like a projectile totem with chance to taunt, so that should be like solved. But then against bosses, you basically want to place your Flamewood totem to specific boss's abilities to make sure that boss will be hitting your totems often, right? So I think it's going to be still harder to do this with Flamewood. And yes, in maps as well, like, I don't know. I don't know, Flamewoods, I think for bossing it will be worse, and bossing is like the most powerful part of Flamewood totems. So I'm not sure, yeah. If the HP of crabs will be big, it's gonna be something. Then a lot of people are spamming Righteous Fire Crabs. Righteous Fire Crabs, Daddy. Righteous Fire Crabs. Yeah, so Righteous Fire on totems, they don't stack totems with the damage with each other. So basically, one Righteous Fire Crab is gonna be the same as 5 Righteous Fire Crabs DPS-wise on the boss. So it's gonna be very difficult to scale damage of such totems. If you combine Righteous Fire Crabs with like Scorching Ray totems, which also is fire damage with time. But yeah, Scorching Ray totems will have to be spell totems because you can't have channeling skills on crabs. I don't know. It sounds weird to me. And then Val skills, just generally like Val version of skills, Val Arc, Val Ice Nova, I don't know. So yeah, the Val skills on totems don't benefit from long totem duration of crabs because they only can cast one time per totem that you summon. If you summon the totem when you have the souls. If you gather the souls while you have Val totem summoned, it will not cast again. I tested that, it will not happen. So yeah, the list of skills that I want to try with Crab Totems AI is over here. So yeah, we deleted Volatile Orbiting from the list because yeah, I forgot how it works, apparently. And then yeah, just more different things that I wanted to mention about Crab Totems, I guess more thoughts. A few more topics, right? So the first, how common the unique stuff will be, like drop-wise, right? How easy is it going to be to get this unique stuff? So hopefully it's going to be basically in Mirage Lake, right? In Triple 28 Lake, we had this League Mechanic boss. It was like a pinnacle, or not really pinnacle, but yeah, the main boss of Mirage Lake Mechanic, the Sarish. Like you kill this guy and you can get, usually you can drop this Screamer Desiccated belt, right? Which gives you permanent shrine effect, super cool belt. But then there was 40% chance to drop this other unique staff as well. And that was a staff for minions, right? So some minion scaling stuff. So basically, we had so many of these staves in Mirage League. So many. It was so easy to get it, kind of. So yeah, I really hope that this new stuff also will, like, for totems, for trap totems, will drop from some sort of like big boss from the new league mechanic, right? This underwater seafloor exploration thing, some crab boss, which will have high chance to drop this pretty niche, right? The minion stuff was pretty niche from Mirage boss. This totem crab stuff is also niche, something niche. So yeah, I think, I really hope it's gonna be really fun, and then it will make it way easier to get some really good corruption on this stuff, right? Or even double corruption with the temple. And they also buffed the corruptions on staves. So some really powerful corruptions, hopefully we're gonna be able to quite easily get on these crab totem stuff. I'm excited for that. Another topic, scaling movement speed of these crabs, right? So they are slow in the video, like we already discussed. In these clips, they always walk behind the player, maybe sometimes walk ahead of it, right? Like sometimes they do like 1-2 steps ahead of the player. And they're moving kind of slowly. So can we scale movement speed of that? So one thing is probably we're going to be able to use Volatile Valor on this stuff to change this modifier to higher value, but we probably don't want to do this because we want to double corrupt this stuff instead of using Volatile Valor to get some really powerful places. So this is not really a great option. So the thing is, Haste and Onslaught don't affect totems. I can even demonstrate it if you don't believe. The thing with totems is that totems you can't give them damage modifiers directly. So let me summon Spell Totem. Spell Totem is going to be Golden Property Totem. And I'm going to cast first Determination Aura. Determination is a defensive aura. I'm going to cast it, and you can see there is like a circle around the totem. I walk away, the circle disappears. I walk closer, the circle reappears. That means that my aura, my Determination Aura, affects the totem, right? I disable it, enable it. The totem is affected by Determination because it's a defensive aura. But the offensive auras, like Haste or any other damage scaling auras, do not affect totem. You can't see any aura effects on the totem, any circles. So yeah, unless they're gonna change it for crab totem specifically. But I don't know how it could work though, because it would have to give your totems cast speed as well, while your own cast speed would also scale their damage, so you would double deep from Haste. So yeah, this is not gonna happen. So Haste will not work, Onslaught doesn't work, Simply Onslaught is a damage buff, so you can't give it directly to totems. They are benefiting, they can benefit from you have Onslaught, you have cast speed, right? So the only way to scale movement speed of them is going to be if you can give tailwinds to allies, or any way to increase action speed to highlight basically. So for example, there's Ranger Ascendancy, Deadeye, right? Can give tailwinds to allies in radius, and you can increase action speed of totems. Action speed is not something treated like a damage stat. So yeah, it's something you can do with totems from my understanding. Yeah, Volatile Valor, like I already mentioned, but we probably want to do normal double corruption on crab stuff. And then maybe they will change the way it works, right? And maybe increase our own character movement speed to affect Totem's movement speed. Because we really don't know, right? Because right now Totems don't have movement speed, so how will that be coded? We don't know. It's very unlikely that happens because our defensive stats do not affect totems, and movement speed in this game, if you didn't know it, is considered a defensive stat because right here in defense character sheet, there is movement speed modifier at the bottom of it. So yeah, unlikely your movement speed will scale your totems crab's movement speed. So another topic that is kind of like tied to this movement speed scaling is this big problem where if you travel through the map too fast with your crab totems, right? For example, if you use Leap Slam with faster attacks and momentum, so you can Leap Slam pretty far away through the map. It seems like you can walk just too far away from your crab totems and they will just disappear, despawn. Like I can show, it happens with spell totems right now, so I'm gonna summon like spell totem here, 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 and here. You need to walk like 2 screens away or so. I have 4 totems right now, I have 4, now I have 2. See, so 2 totems despawn, even though I summon them later. These 2 totems still exist. So yeah, if you walk that far, the totems despawn, and there is a chance crabs will be despawning too. And that could be really annoying, honestly. there is a chance that they will have the mechanic like with minions, right? So when you walk too far away from your minions automatically teleport directly on top of you. But again, totems don't count as minions. Crab totems don't count as minions at all. So I have very little expectations for that to work this way. So that's a big concern. Yeah, it could be a big downside of crab totems. And the last thing, like maybe we can weapon swap and keep the crabs. So it's not something that we can do right now with spell totems. If you summon totems that are in your weapon and you weapon swap, they will disappear. But then in PvE2 though, it can work, right, with different weapon swaps. And they do like juggle different mechanics from between the two games, from PvE2 to P1, from P1 to P2. So maybe this can be like a unique where, I don't know, weapon swapping will work and you will be able to like maintain your crab totems. Very unlikely to, but yeah, if you could do that, you could maybe have like extra 1 or 2 crab totems and then weapon swap to normal weapon set and some normal spell totems. So that could make a pretty cool combo of two skills combos, basically. But also very unlikely for that to happen. So yeah, in conclusion, so this is a pretty lengthy video about crab totems. I wanted to mention actually that I had already for a long time a pretty interesting idea for also kind of like a walking totem unique item. Just wanted to share it with you guys. So the idea was a unique body armor that allows you to equip one of your summoned spell totems as a backpack. So you put a totem on your backpack and you can just shield charge through the map and you have your totem like on your back just casting around you, right? So that was my idea for like enable totems to kind of like move around. You just carry them on your back. And I thought it was really cool. It kind of like makes it to them a little bit into Winter Orb actually, right? So you can have like Stormburst channeling around you as you move. But yeah, so that's the unique item that GGG came up with for moving spell totems. Yeah, I think it's still like really exciting. It has potentially really interesting interactions that could work really well. I'm excited to try them in New League. So a lot of theory crafting and brainstorming already was done and will be coming after the league starts once I get my hands on this stuff. I hope it's going to be easily obtainable and farmable. And very corruptible with the goods and places. So yeah, I think I mentioned most of the things that I wanted to, and so yeah, share your thoughts about crab totems. What do you guys think? How good they're gonna be, and what's gonna be the best spell to use with crab totems? Try to predict that here in YouTube comments, or follow me on Twitch. And we'll see you guys with crab totems. Yeah, I'm still cooking, of course, traditional totems guides. Stormburst of Repulsion in particular, and normal Stormburst. I think it's going to be like the strongest normal spell totem. Outside of crabs, but I'm really interested in testing it. Alright, we'll see you guys in the next video. And take care. Bye-bye.
Piče skončil? Už nebude hovoriť svoje megalománie, čo? Asi sa vysejem na to. Všetko nasvedčuje tomu, že to nie je vôbec... Málo kedy dropneš, v tom dungeony nie sú dobrý zdroj. Poprvé málo kedy dropneš upgrade veľmi zriedka. Veľmi zriedka sa ti podarí vylízať upgrade. Väčšinou je to chorá svastika, ktorá ťa tam čaká. Väčšinou je to strašná buržoázia, na ktorú zvedavý nie si. Dungeony by som asi by som leveloval iba s ilúziami a týmito dennými kontaktami. To je všetko. Aj tak veľmi zriedka dáš upgrade cez ten dungeon. Stáva sa to, ale je to brutálne zriedkavé. A už hlavne mám tu 4 kontakty, ktoré sa mi tu hromadia, rád by som to vynuloval. Pretože Mám tam plnú várku týchto svastických kontraktov, takže na to sa tiež pozrieme. Ale nie je to pozitívne vôbec.
If you want to use the breeze
Nie je to vôbec nejaká pozitívna tematika. Tieto dungeony ťa aj tak nevylížu nikam. Mám pravdu povedať.
if you're in the resistance. Free.
Druhá vec je, že mi na tom aj nejako nezáleží, ako rýchlo pôjdem. Tu 60-ku pravdepodobne dám. Ťažko povedať, tu mám jednu 59-ku, dve 59-ky a potom 60-ky vylizovať. Aj tu 60-ku nedáme nakoniec.
You can handle them.
Ani to nedokážeme líznúť. Takže je to si trošku také smutnejšie. Ale treba povedať, že tak sa to hýbe v branži, áno, tak sa to hýbe v branži. To znamená, aby sme pozreli, ja ešte skúšam dať jedného Fagana tu. Pretože väčšina dungeonov ti buď hodí 50-ku, alebo ti hodí esenciu, alebo ti hodí 58-čku, ale bez upgrade, hodí ti to isté, čo máš. Dungeony majú strašne slabý pomer upgradeov. Dá sa povedať, že dungeony nemusíš vylizovať už. Dungeony nemusíš vylizovať. Už začínajú byť dosť neefektívne. Jediné, čo z dungeonov je, že predávaš tieto Breath of Boundless Sky. A Breath of Boundless Sky idú tak brutálne dole, že popravde ich máš úpaseky. Takže už ani dungeony nie sú také potrebné, aby sme ich vylizovali. Vôbec. Tým pádom ani ženy nemusíme nejako vylizovať. Vôbec. Keď sme pri tom nahnitý trón, nemusíme vylizovať. Zbytočne vôbec. Plná srakora. Ako mám DaVinciho kódy, takže keď sú DaVinciho kódy na 35 dní, tak samozrejme to ešte budeme robiť, tie dungeony. Využijeme DaVinciho kódy na to. Ale tu už mám kontrakty 4. 4 kontakty mali zvýšiť. No minimálne o jeden item level sme mali niekde tu ísť. Ako ono bolo taká buržoázia, ale začína to smrdieť. Nahnitý trón už jednoducho odišiel. Už je to sračka, už je to extrémna sračka. Ako doteraz to bola len sračka, ktorú si ešte z času na čas povedal si, že vylížeš, hej. Ale už je to fakt extrémne. Ako už je to fakt extrémne, čo spravili s tým trónom, aké je to choré. Nezáživné, bastardie narušené. Už to nie je dobré. Takže ja by som povedal, že ja to pomaličky balím. Jediné, čo v tróne asi nakoniec budem robiť, budú iba tieto dve denné misie. To je asi všetko. Dve denné misie. Trón v živote už nespojazňa, trón už je na veky hníz. To už bude náveky strašná svastika. Nejaký cheeser. Chorý jedinec. Trón už bude náveky chorá svastika. Návyky chorá svastika. Takže trón ide do závetria, tam končí. To je úplne sračka trón. Ako nie je problém z času na čas vylízať nejaký trón, ale trón končí. Treba si naliať čistého vína. Je úplne zbytočné ho vylizovať, ale úplne zbytočné. Úplne zbytočné ho vylizovať. Keď sa čudujem sám sebe, že ho stále ešte vylizujem. Tak lebo ešte tu je... Vyčusovia, neokorochanci. Imbecilovia. Fuck off, man. Zrazím kontakty. Takže ono, veci sa majú tak. Hovorím, jediné čo to on ako tak udrží nad vodou je Da Vinciho kód. Keby som nemal Da Vinciho kódy, tak už teraz by som poslal do riti. Už teraz by som dungeony poslal do riti. Ale keď máme Da Vinciho kód, tak ho zúžitkujeme. Zúžitkujeme Da Vinciho kódy, dobre? Da Vinciho kódy. Až nakoniec sme dali jeden upgrade, čo je šokujúce, ale dali sme teda jeden. Potom máme dve 59-ky, jedného schizofrenika. Takže máme dve 59-ky, jedného schizofrenika, takže toho schizofrenika pôjdeme dávať teraz. Toho schizofrenika, šperk. Šperk. Tam idem rozprúdiť len. Takže nakoniec sme dali jedného schizofrenika, máme dve. Takže skúsime dať šperk. 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 Dobre. Dobre, môžem si podať dať šperk na 59, budem mať celý štos 59. Aj keď ťažko povedať v tejto branži. Veľmi dobre vieme, ako sa to hýbe v branži. Veľmi dobre vieme, ako sa to hýbe v branži. Uvidíme, dali sme teda trošku šokujúce, že sme dali, ale tak dali sme tam tú jednu schizofrenickú vec, tak samozrejme vyskúšame. Nie je dôvodné vyskúšať, keď sme dali, nie je dôvodné vyskúšať. Vyskúšame. A uvidíme. Vyskúšame a uvidíme. Môžeme vynulovať tie klasické dungeony. Ako máme to celkom dobre pod palcom. Áno, celkom dobre to pod palcom. 11 000 minus 1. Celkom dobre sme to dali pod palec. Štvrtok to úplne rozlustrujeme na paseku. Ono väčšinou je to vždy šperk. Aj tak. Málo kedy, veľmi keď pozerám tie štatistiky, tak veľmi zriedka dám niečo iné ako brnenie. Takže väčšinou vždy potrebujem doháňať šperk a samozrejme logicky zbraň. Ale ono je mi to, mám to uprdele celé na ty trón, už hovorím, tie paseka, tie páčkvil. Trón je chorá vec, jednoducho je to choré. Treba to tak brať, ako to je. Vynuleme tieto dungeony obyčajné teraz. By som nepovedal, že som pičus. Čo sa povie aj tak, ale tak sa to hýbe v branži. By som nejaký podmas tu našiel, nejakého schizofrenika.
One challenge, 93 minutes, a World Cup trophy gone. Enzo Fernandez went into Pau Cubarsi with both feet in the 93rd minute of a World Cup final. Second yellow card, red card, 10 men, extra time, and then Ferran Torres in the 106th minute. And then Spain lifted the trophy that Argentina had come to New Jersey to defend. And here's the thing that is making every Argentina fan lose their mind this morning. Fernandez does not think he deserved it. He walked off the pitch doing the finger wag. The same gesture that says, I did not do anything wrong. The same gesture a player makes when they believe the referee has made a mistake. In a World Cup final, after a challenge that Alan Shearer called stupid on live television, after a challenge that left Argentina 10 men down in extra time with a World Cup trophy on the line. Welcome back to Robert's Football Talk. Today we are going all the way in on Enzo Fernandez, the red card that changed football history, the finger wag that made the entire world talk, the Instagram post that said everything except sorry, and the uncomfortable truth that every Argentina fan needs to hear. Subscribe right now. Let us go. Part 1. What actually happened in the 93rd minute? Let me take you to the moment. 93 minutes. The match is 0-0. Spain have dominated for the entire game. 20 shots to Argentina's 2. 65% possession to 35. Emiliano Martinez has made 11 saves. Argentina have survived on pure defensive willpower and one extraordinary goalkeeper. And then Enzo Fernandez goes in on Pau Cubarsi. His first yellow card had already come from dissent. He argued with the referee Slavko Vincic earlier in the match and was booked. So going into that challenge, he was on a yellow card. One more booking, and he is gone. He went in anyway. Both feet, high. Cubarsi went flying. Vincic had no choice. Second yellow. Red card. And Fernandez walked off doing the finger wag at the referee. The finger wag in a World Cup final with his team on 10 men, with extra time coming, with the trophy on the line. Alan Shearer was on BBC commentary and said it immediately. He said Fernandez might just have cost his team massively. He called it a decision that could define the final. He said it was stupid. Stupid. That is the word. Not unlucky, not harsh. Stupid. A player who had already been booked going into a reckless challenge in the 93rd minute of a World Cup final with his team holding on to a draw. And then he walked off doing the finger wag like the referee was the problem. Subscribe to Robert's Football Talk right now because the story gets worse. Part 2. The Instagram statement that said nothing. 24 hours after the final, Fernandez breaks his silence. Instagram statement. And the entire football world reads it looking for one thing. An apology. An acknowledgement. Some version of, I made a mistake and I am sorry. Here is what he wrote instead. When time passes, you realize there is something much bigger than just a result. For years, this group has represented us in the best possible way. I want to thank all the Argentine fans. Thank you for always being there. Wearing my country's shirt is the greatest honor of my career, and I will continue giving everything every time I get to defend it. Not one word about the red card. Not one word about the challenge on Kubarsi. Not one word about leaving his teammates with 10 men in extra time of a World Cup final. Not one word that acknowledges what every single person watching in those 80,000 people at MetLife and the hundreds of millions watching around the world could see clearly. He cost Argentina the World Cup. He posted about the group, about the fans, about the honor of wearing the shirt. Everything except the one thing that mattered. The acknowledgement that he made the biggest individual mistake in an Argentina World Cup final since someone decided to write, "I am not afraid of anyone on their boots" before a match they lost. Now I want to ask you something. Do you think Fernandez's Instagram post was the right response? Or did he owe Argentina fans a direct apology for the red card? Drop your honest answer in the comments right now. Part 3. The history Fernandez joined, and it is not good company. Here is the context that makes Sunday night even more painful for Argentina fans. Enzo Fernandez is the third Argentina player ever to be sent off in a World Cup final. The third. In the history of this sport, only 3 Argentina players have ever received a red card in a World Cup final. Pedro Monzon in 1990 against West Germany. Gustavo Dizzati also in 1990 against West Germany. And now Enzo Fernandez in 2026 against Spain. Argentina lost that 1990 final 1-0. Argentina lost Sunday's final 1-0. The same result, the same scoreline, the same pattern. Argentina going down to 10 men in a World Cup final and losing by a single goal to a team that had controlled most of the match. 36 years apart, the same outcome. And here's the detail that makes Fernandez's finger wag even more indefensible. The only other player in World Cup final history sent off for 2 yellow cards rather than a straight red is John Heitinga of the Netherlands. Also against Spain, also in 2010. Spain won that final too. Every time a team goes down to 10 men in a World Cup final because of a second yellow card, Spain wins. Fernandez should have known this. His coaching staff should have told him this. His teammates should have screamed at him the moment he picked up that first yellow to be careful, to stay on his feet, to not give the referee any reason to end his night early. He went in on Kubarsi anyway. Part 4. What Argentina did after the final whistle. The disgrace that FIFA is investigating. Here is the part of this story that is not getting enough attention because Fernandez's red card is dominating the conversation. After the final whistle, something happened involving Argentina's players that has resulted in FIFA launching a formal investigation. Argentina's players turned their backs on Spain during the trophy ceremony. When Spain lifted the World Cup trophy, Argentina's squad stood with their backs to the celebration, not walking away, standing there with their backs deliberately turned. And Leandro Paredes was accused of throwing punches after the final whistle. Multiple witnesses described what they saw. Paredes in the middle of a post-match confrontation, haymakers being thrown. FIFA has confirmed they are investigating the incident. Fernandez earlier in the night walked off with the finger wag. Paredes allegedly throwing punches. The squad turning their backs on the trophy ceremony. This is Argentina's response to losing a World Cup final. Alan Shearer called Fernandez's red card stupid. Multiple pundits have called Argentina's post-match behavior a disgrace. And FIFA has launched an investigation into what happened after the final whistle. This is what Argentina leave 2026 with. Not the trophy, not the back-to-back title. A red card, a finger wag, an Instagram post that did not apologize, a post-match investigation, and a squad that turned their backs on the world champions lifting the trophy they came to defend. Subscribe to Robert's Football Talk now. Share this video. Because the final part of this breakdown is the uncomfortable truth. Part 5. The uncomfortable truth about Fernandez and this Argentina team. Let me say something honest. Something Argentina fans need to hear even if they do not want to. Enzo Fernandez is a talented footballer. He is a Champions League winner with Chelsea. He is a World Cup winner from 2022. He has quality that is not in question. But here is his record in matches when the pressure is highest. He was sent off against Colombia in qualifying for kicking a player in the head. He had to apologize publicly for a racist song he led on team buses after Copa America. And now he has a red card in a World Cup final that cost Argentina 10 men in extra time and arguably cost them the trophy. This is not the first time Fernandez has let Argentina down in a big moment with an undisciplined act. This is a pattern. A player of enormous talent who keeps finding ways to make the biggest moments about the wrong thing. And his Instagram post proves he still does not understand that. When time passes, you realize there is something much bigger than just a result he wrote. Yes, there is something much bigger. Your responsibility to your teammates. Your responsibility to not get yourself sent off in the 93rd minute of a World Cup final for a reckless challenge when you are already on a yellow card. That is something much bigger than a result, and he has not acknowledged it. Spain were better than Argentina on Sunday night. That is the truth. 20 shots to 2, 65% possession, 11 saves from Martinez. Spain deserved to win. Even if Fernandez had stayed on the pitch, Argentina would have found it almost impossible to score because they were completely outplayed. But almost impossible is different from actually impossible. With 11 men in extra time, Argentina had a chance. With a fit and fresh squad, having not had a man sent off, who knows what the final 30 minutes looked like? Fernandez removed that possibility. With a reckless challenge, after already being on a yellow card, and then walked off doing the finger wag. Argentina fans are furious, not at Spain, at their own player, and they are right to be. That is the full breakdown, the challenge, the second yellow, the red card, the finger wag, the Instagram statement that said nothing, the history Argentina joined, the post-match investigation FIFA launched, and the uncomfortable truth about a player with world-class talent who keeps finding ways to self-destruct at the worst possible moments. 3 questions. Drop all 3 in the comments right now. First, was Fernandez's red card the reason Argentina lost the World Cup final? Yes or no? Second, should Fernandez have directly apologized for the red card in his Instagram statement? Third, is this Argentina team finished now that Messi has gone? Or can they rebuild? Drop everything below. I read every single one. This has been Robert's Football Talk. Hit that like button. Share this with every football fan you know. Subscribe if you are not already here. New videos every single week. I will see you in the next one.
Trepe, že nie si chlapina. Povedal si peknú varku hnisu. Ešte nehrajú tí pičisovia? Sabotel. Vyjeli 2-0 tí pičisovia, keď to bolo? Špoár, Jirák. Takač, Vimer, Bajrič, Medvedev, Krús, Ibrahim, Mároš, Mustafič, Pokorný, Irán, Špoár. Kedy to bolo? Oni neuznali 2 góly? Jo. Neprevedol dobrý výkon. A kde stlačili konferenciu? Asi k tomu sa nevyjadril nikto nič. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Nič, vylížeme dva tieto klasické. Čaká nás o 10. trpasličí meč. Prezdielači komunite aj Trpster. Je stále o 11. Ne, teraz je Porfos chuj. Teraz to povedal otvorené, dožili sme sa strašných časov, biedy a megalománia. Thunder Call. Sú tu nejakí slabí pičesovia? Nejaké neandertalské svastiky. Víš, ako hovorím, že sme zo strašných časov.
Why, hello, YouTube.
Pičusové jak traky. Okay, so this is the reason I'm excited for it. And if you've played SRS in the past, especially if you know it really well and you're planning on starting it again, I would love for you to tell me how this goes, whether you can tell or not. But this is in the past notes. All non-Spectre minions no longer pause while attacking. Didn't know they were doing that. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. This change will be a significant damage per second increase to the following minion types, in particular: Dominating Blow, Raise Zombie, Stone, Ice, Flame, Chaos and Lightning Golems, Summon Raging Spirits, and Skeletons. I've never noticed them doing this before. This is a well-established build that does very good damage already. This has been played by thousands of people. I don't know what it looks like with a significant damage per second increase. I don't know what quantifies as significant. But what I do know is that we have fully upgraded the written guide. All pages have been updated. The only one left for me to update is the new new league. That will be fixed before you guys see this video, so that's great. Everything else has been updated already. We've got all gear, leveling, everything, suppressions. Everything is in the written guide. Class building also has pretty much everything, including a degenerate min-max overkill guide. When playing this, you get to play SRS from Act 1, basically. Once you're at level 1, you can get SRS, and you get to just play Summon Raging Spirit the whole time. I prefer to play it with melee, splash, and minion damage, and you are just the same build from front to absolutely fantastic. I am almost tempted to start this instead, to find out what the significant damage increase feels like, because this build was not lacking in damage.
was not lacking in damage, or tank, or clear, or basically anything. So I do not really understand why we would need that buff or that bug fix. Okay, moving over here, Path of Building. There are two different Path of Buildings that I have for endgame. One is the one I normally play, which has the United in Dream as our weapon. This is how I get a significant portion of our poison chance. This means we only have to get 40% poison chance from minions in our heal. That is incredibly easy to do. However, it's not you might use offerings and desecrate everyone However, there is also a wand variant. So when you go over the wand, it is ever so slightly less DPS.
Shit, je používám toto?
That is with a wand that is pretty average and easy to craft. We could easily have a +2 to bring us back to equal. And if you go disgusting and make a degenerate wand, we can actually put it front. But the bad part about this is that you need to find that extra 60% poison. So it ends up meaning significant incapacity draws and quite a few of them. That should be a little bit easier to pass this week, but the most of them people run, so it's not going to be as hard as it used to be. As far as I'm concerned, we don't know what they are yet, but we only use basically have level 10 chance from because that is a thing that we can take and get on a covenant. That would make my wand version significantly more attractive. We don't have the risk of what those on things, so for now we have let those out of the dark. However, you come back, you make it to the lead, and you check the freaking guide again. When you see will be a new page right here, and that will go over the side of this discovered in the league, as it was. So
You're fucking
that's when you'll find all
fucking
that
shits.
information. I'm pretty happy with this. This build is going to be disgusting. I seriously cannot stress enough how much it didn't need more damage. And I don't know what a significant damage increase looks like.
Glorifying shits.
Okay. Thanks, GDG. That's all I have. I'm gonna get going. And
Glorifying fucking shits. Fuck off now. Bitch fuckers. Glorifying inbreds, man. Glorifying inbreds. Oh my fucking god, what inbreds. Absolute dicks. Absolute dicks. Look at these shits. Look at these glorifying bitches. Look at these glorifying bitches. Look at these fuckheads. Look at these JoJos. Glorifying bitches. Glorifying shits. Bitch fuckers. Táto chorá sračka sa ozýva. To chorý piče skýlok sa ozýva. Chorý pičus. Chorý pičus. Ozýva sa jak primitívny chorý vredár. Čo je toto za analfabeta? Sme aj šokovaní z týchto hnísov. Šoko. Chore. Ja som nebudem ani špekačiť. Ani špekačiť vychorci. A vy s nima odchádzam, vylizujte to sami. Chorci. Chorci. Dominating blow.
Hello, exiles. It is 4 in the morning and my sleep schedule is ruined. But luckily, I am finding time to get
What
the
is
build guide out
Dominating
for
Blow?
Dominating Blow because I know a lot of people had fun with it last league. And honestly, if I didn't feel like I needed to go do some work on Torch Blaster, I would be league starting this again this league. But things have changed. I want to say overall, the build is breaking even after changes. We're losing Broken Elegy, which sucks.
What is dominating
We're
blow?
losing Conjure of Rot, which sucks. But we're
fuck is
gaining
that?
Mana Infused Staff, which is going to be it's a huge benefit to flexibility. And we're getting two other things that are a little more obtuse. The big one is that we are going back to a +3 staff. And the reason why this is a big one is because something that was kind of an absolutely jarring, rude awakening last league, for me especially, I was not anticipating how quickly this was going to go bad, is a Dominating Blow replica Dragonfangs fight, very expensive. This was a pricey item at the point that I had to put out a PSA that you could get a Bone Meld amulet, and you could make that work because early on in the build you run Commander of Darkness, you can handle the loss to resistance. And yeah, that was making the struggle work. We don't need this anymore, which vastly improves the build status specifically as a league starter. Granted, it's very well set up. We have our crazy helmet here. You can ignore the base. The base is what makes this so expensive. I mean, granted, +2 is +2. But I'm saying ignore the base for this because the only thing this is really doing, the base is doing for us, is giving us an additional Spectre. But I have taken Conjure of Rot out of the build, so we're only running 2 anyways. I'm actually not doing anything. Outside of that, I would consider negative Chaos Res and +2 minion skill gems not terribly big or valuable. Great. Yeah, this is a nice helmet. For the showcase, we'll be taking our Empower out. That'll drop several levels off of the thing because that just seems to be more honest. We've got our new amulet in place, just the generic +1 amulet. Well, I say just the generic. As good a +1 amulet as you can get. I just picked this up off of trade for the purpose of the showcase along with the staff. So we're going in 5-link for the showcase to kind of heat things up a little better. Again, this is very good gear. So, I'm going to run a Drox. I'm going to run there and beat the snot out of him because this build is high DPS. But it's Dominating Blow. This is, in my opinion, at least the quintessential minion that just blasts through everything. And I should, while I'm talking here, there should be some footage playing from my league start last league, showing just kind of how quickly this character was progressing through campaign and whatnot and doing early maps. To give you an idea of yeah, this build is strong every step of the way. It's very, very enjoyable, and the best part about it is that even though it's a minion build, it plays like a melee build. You don't get that nastiness. I want to say the maybe the most annoying thing about playing this build is that you have to Enduring Cry occasionally, but that's pretty standard actually for melee builds these days. And we do have a lot of support on the tree and elsewhere to make our Enduring Cry comfortable, so you can see we have plenty of time Before the cooldown is up, you hit it again. It's got, what is that, 6 seconds of leeway where you push the button again. And again, we're in a minion build. You don't need to be pressing every second. Oh, hello. Make it spicy. As you can see, we're already spun up. I don't know why I'm picking stuff up. The league's override. Let it go. We get our Val guys going, and that really pumps things up. Push every button we can. More mobs. More mobs. Okay, stop mobs. Very, very strong once the build gets going. It maps very cleanly. Good tank. I would say you can do pretty much all content with this. I did a lot of Delve, and it was very cozy because it has that kind of profile. It is stronger in maps than in bossing, even though you would think it wouldn't be, considering the build has very potent single target. Here, just like a real quick breach. And there's a lot of things going on under the hood. We actually have like enemies explode on death despite being a minion build. We're using our Animate Guardian to make that happen, combined with some stuff that'll show off in the POV in a moment. But yeah, I mean, the build is just absolute gorgeous. Like, playing it right now is making me think, why am I playing Kitapa's? And I'm playing Kitapa's because I still love Kitapa's, and it needs some work. All right, this build got the work last league, now I got to go back to the other one. All right. Part of me wants to put Empower back in for this, but I probably won't even come close to needing it. Yeah. That's this poor dumb bastard. He's the law. I fought the law and I won. Very clean build. Absolute blast to play. 10 out of 10 would do recommend. I keep trying to hit my portal scroll button. I'm so used to PO2, man. I'm so used to PO2. Alright, so let's hop back into POV now and look at what's going on under the hood in the building. We have lost some damage, undeniably. But what we're getting is very strong in its place. Really, I would say maybe it's more powerful because the build doesn't have damage problems. You can see even in the showcase, this version of the build in the showcase is doing much less damage than what you're seeing here in the POV. But just, you know, take that with a grain of salt. The POV is actually slightly weaker than what my character got to because, again, I have a very comprehensive guide at the bottom here. There's a whole bunch of stuff on extravagant options, and I accomplished most of these. There's a little bit in here that's kind of theoretical, having to do with one-handers. If you want to go one-hander with a Squire, you could probably push the top end a little more, but I've never done it. And I don't actually know how good it is. Outside of that, everything else in this guide is pure gold, as per usual. Every gear piece or every gear slot is talked about and gone over on what you're supposed to be doing, why you do it. Things about like the Animate Guardian. There's leveling advice. And the leveling advice in this is very important. If you're playing a Templar, you're supposed to be dominating below, but which takes a little longer to get over that side of the tree. You're missing some quality minion nodes, and you don't have Resolute Technique as early. So you stay on Absolution a little bit longer. I have that right here first and foremost. Do not switch down too low too early. You need a lot of accuracy from something, or you need Resolute Technique.
Oh, I got 2 of those.
I have also left in notes from last week that had to do
So we
with
cracked the
bonds.
bunchers.
The Broken Elegy should be gone. If it's not gone, all the information here on
So
why
we cracked the
is
bunchers.
still around, as well as things like
We
Conjure
got
of Rock
59ers.
Specters, Fantastic Spectre if you can get it. It's disabled here, but if you have it, it is basically an extra Malevolence. The thing is, we actually could get Malevolence.
We go either
20 Malevolence.
Either
Because,
Jewish.
one of our options.
We can actually crack the bunchers
for
with the
Amulet,
weapon,
we don't
of
want
course.
the Amulet, 'cause technically we actually don't need it.
So basically crack the buncher with a weapon.
This setup. You could go for an All's Uprising, which would make you determination free, and then you could go for something else like Malevolence or Purity of Elements, which technically
Yeah, we take the bunchers with the weapon. We got 59ers now.
We're not doing that right now, though. It's a showcase. I always try to scale things back a little bit for the showcase. The point being, you can get a Malevolence instead. You don't actually need a +1 amulet right away. I would still recommend going for this because getting a +1 amulet might be something that you can get before you get everything else on the build, right? It's probably easier to get a +1 amulet than it is to get a +4 in power, for instance. Our staff is a +3 staff, which is very nice. This gets us gem levels early. If you played this build last league, you'll remember Broken Elegy had the caveat that our minions were very fragile early. You're not going to have that problem with this build. If you do, one thing I always recommend is you can swap out minion damage for Meat Shield. Meat Shield also has a more damage multiplier, and it makes your minions take less damage. The downside is they're defensive. That downside actually doesn't apply, because we are there right in the enemy's face, playing the melee build the same way, so they can be defensive. They're going to get in there and fight pretty much the same way. One other thing to keep in mind, though, probably the biggest change, which I don't even have here in the notes, I don't have anywhere else, it's a mechanics change.
So basically crack the bunchers and enjoy some cocoa nuts.
Over here in Patch Notes Land, you can see that there were some player changes that came up having to do with non-Spectre minions. Dominating Blow was one of the ones specifically called out. Apparently, minions have an issue where they would pause while attacking. Dominating Blow will not do that anymore. This is effectively going to be a DPS buff and a clear speed buff. How big is it? I don't know. I'm not going to simulate that. I'm just going to let you know that it's there. And it's a big part of why I think, even though we lost some stuff, the build is going to be just as strong, if not stronger. It's actually going to be insane. And the fact that we don't have to worry about a replica Dragonfangs fight early means that we don't have this massive unique item that's kind of looming over our head, right? Going right into Broken Elegy, you don't have an early +2 staff, which doesn't sound like a big deal. But those gem levels are also minion survivability, which makes the pushing into higher tier maps early is actually more stable and experienced when you're not using that staff. Granted, that staff gives ridiculous damage if it's back. I still recommend it long term, but we're a long way from that. If you do go for that staff, you won't Replica Dragonfangs fight again. A lot of stuff changes back, but you end up with a higher DPS number. I think generally speaking, that's self-explanatory. Back to the POB. Some parts of the POB are not quite as in-depth as, I would say, the Corpse Molester one. This is still kind of a work in progress a little bit. But the details that you need are all in the notes section. And I believe...
Details are butchered.
I did this just now.
You butchered the details. You completely butchered them.
Fucker. Order of importance. Multi-strike is the most important. Melee slash is second most important. That gets switched to behead.
You butchered it.
Situations, you do not need to worry about
butchered everything.
Power is third, you're probably not going to have power, so melee.
You fucking fuck.
Minion damage comes in. This is actually one of our better damage links, but it also makes our guys weaker. This is another one you don't want to go into too early because you could
fucking butchered. You butchered it. You butchered it.
Outlier situations early in mapping where that can happen. And then behead, behead is our swap for melee fist, and then also, if you have the budget for it, Greater Multi-Strike does come in as an option. That's not going to be simulated in here, but it is shown. Greater Multi-Strike is very potent. No Multi-Strike is like 10% damage bonus for it. It shows something like a 10% damage bonus, but I believe it's actually a lot higher than that. Sorry, 15%. Over standard Multi-Strike, obviously. As per usual, we have multiple skill trees to look at, right? Predominating Blow, the switch, more information on the switch, progressive level 270 early end game, late end game. And that should cover you pretty well. Not everything is perfectly simulated here. I will probably add an additional tree that will, it's not going to be here in the video, I'll probably add an additional tree that is one-to-one with my character and like a gear set as well.
You're a butcher.
So that you have that as a reference for
some call you worthless individual, some call you fucker.
Escape on that character.
I call you butcher.
Give me access to, what is it, Prismatic Skin and Full of Steel, which is another octave of defense that is a bit higher than what's simulated here. Very good. This build, definitely if you're someone who needs more single targets, this might be more up your alley, right? You have to play one. Dominating Blow is, it's really hard for me to play this, because Dominating Blow is very good. This version of it is very good. It feels very easy to play. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? The things that we hunt are not terrible. And you want them with minion damage when you've used minion skill recently and chance of poison. Our Ascendancy converts all of our minion damage to Chaos, which is why poison is so good. They also apply Withered on hit, which makes poison more gooder. Bone Barrier gives us a ton of fizz damage reduction and a bunch of recovery, which is very nice.
Worthless.
This is obviously just a good node, and Commander of Darkness kind of the outlier right now. What we were getting from the other Bloodline.
Yo, Worthless Butcher,
There's gonna
fuck off.
be 2 new Bloodline Ascendancies, so we might swap or it might be recommended to swap one. Perfectly explained, like 5%.
Yo, Worthless Butcher, fuck off.
And then a lot of them. Resurrection is right now. A lot of resistance to this. That big change that's not simulated here. The big change not simulated here is I don't have to finish it right now, but it is giving us a ton of spell block. Part 3 has moved away from the segment. We don't need that anymore for these weapons. So we don't get it. That's gone. That lets us go elsewhere and do things like
Stop talking, horse dog.
the cheaper version of the cluster jewel here simulated the
He's
the
talking
version
horse
with,
dog, boys. Horse dog.
3% increased attack cast speed. That's expensive. That is going to be expensive.
He's talking
But
bullshit.
this is just one example of many. If you wanted to do something else with your points, you absolutely can. This is a lot of skill points that you could put anywhere. So keep that in mind. There's a lot of flexibility there. There's always a lot of flexibility in this build.
You
There's a
fucking
lot of
butcher.
flexibility there.
Worthless
Outside of that,
butcher.
we have a very nice effective HP pool. This is that's a Guardian Pinnacle. If I turn off Guardian Pinnacle, you're probably not going to die.
Nah, this guy's a worthless butcher. He's talking shit.
Minions.
He's talking shit. We don't want to listen to this guy. Worthless butcher. You got this again? I fucking know. Ale vyňovali sme to veľmi solidne. Samozrejme. Skutočná práca bude vo štvrtok. Štvrtok to bude tvrdé. Dobre, Dudini nebude mať ženy. Dudini má málo. Zajtra je streda. Dudini nebude mať ženy. Prezývaný naše komunite aj Dudster. Prezývaný naše komunite aj Dudster. Ako je to chore, že stále točím na ohnitý trón, ale to už dlho nepotrvá táto paškvilárska vec. Takže nulujeme čo sa dá, máme 59-ky, v podstate obidva sú na tom dá skôr rovnako, ale tento má pekný počet kontraktov. Samozrejme je to, čo to je. Trošku faganstva. Ale tak vynulovali sme všetko. Môžeme si dať... Resetneme to asi. Nech to náhodou nespadlo. Tesne pred pagodou. Žilem, je to trošku chore, ale v takýchto chorých časoch sme sa dožili. Yeah. Break it also, break it. Vyhozíme toto. A posledný sa mi dal, že to boli pingvini. Vtáci boli, vtáci boli. Fakt. Ja vtáci boli. 14. boli vtáci, to sú pingvíni.
Hey, what's up, Life Left here, and today I want to talk about some secrets in the campaign that you probably don't know about. I've been making a lot of campaign runs for practice recently, and there are a bunch of secrets that have been added over the last few leagues, so I think 3.24 moving onwards, and they can be really helpful on league start. So let's get into them. Feel free to skip around using the chapters below, and if I missed your favorite one, then let me know in the comments. Okay, so to start us off, first of all, we've got a chemist's box, a chemist's strong box, and you can find this in Act 1. And this is in the upper prison, and it's just before you fight Brutus. So if you go through the lower prison, and then you go find the upper prison entrance, and then you move along until you get to Brutus, you'll notice a strongbox on your minimap. And you can see here, there's a little switch on the side of this pillar, and you hit that switch, and the skeleton falls to the ground, it opens up, and then there's a chemist strongbox. And the chemist strongbox has flasks in it. This means that you can probably get a quicksilver flask here, which means that you'll have 2 quicksilver flasks. You can usually get bismuth flasks, life flasks, mana flasks, that kind of stuff here. Moving on to Act 6, in the Karui Fortress, this is just before you go fight the God of War. There's a little bit of a island here in the middle of this zone, and it's got some Child of the Ancestors monsters. On it, and they drop a free tattoo. Now here in Act 7, we've got Chamber of Sins, a level 2, and in the Chamber of Sins level 2, there's an exit, and there's also a Ascendancy trial as well. And if you go find the Ascendancy trial, as soon as you get to the end of it, then you'll find there's a little switch on the back wall here. A little door will open up, and then in here, there's a box with a hidden gem in it. And this is a gem with quality.
So far, nothing. Worthless Butcher. So we got a Worthless Butchery. Nothing, boys. Nothing. Okay.
Experience Stone Guard Castle like never before.
Sorry, old friend. You won't see this merchandise anywhere else.
Worthless Butchery now.
Hi, welcome.
Worthless Butchery. Never forget it. Okay. Worthless Butchery. What are we doing here, man? Máme tu nejakých butcherov. No, tak sa samozrejme tiež pozrieme. Ale strašne cítim sa ako hovno. To je prísne, tomu jedine to sauna je to, no to sauna to bude. Tá sauna je zodpovedná za tieto neokrochené faganstva. Sauna. Skorumpovaná, vylizaná sauna. Skorumpovaná, vylizaná sauna.
Towards the end of Act 7 now, as soon as you've defeated the Act boss, Arakali, you'll come out into the Sarn ramparts, and pretty early on in the Sarn ramparts, you'll find along the ramparts there's a switch, which is pretty obvious, and this leads into a tunnel area, and in the tunnel there is a safe and there is a smuggler's cache. In the Temple of Decay, level 1 here, this is in Act 7, again, you can get a corrupted unique and a corrupted body armor and a corrupted weapon as well. The corrupted unique, I think, is always a weapon, and it's once you get into the middle of this area, off to one side is this room with this red glow here, and you'll find corrupted arms, corrupted armor, and then corrupted prized arms, and these just give you corrupted items for the first two, and then the corrupted prized arms is a corrupted unique. On to Act 8, and in the Grain Gate, there's another Chemist Strongbox. So this one, you can maybe get another Quicksilver Flask, or you can get some other kind of beautiful flasks, like Diamond Flasks or Jade Flasks here. And another thing about the Grain Gate is there's a little book, and it tells you where the Gemling Legionnaires are. You need to go kill those to get the points from Maramoa. Either in that area or just before, there's this big crane you can see here. And the crane at the bottom has a gate, and the gate can be opened and takes you into the hidden underbelly. Now, the hidden underbelly is a transition zone, so it's basically a shortcut, and you can go through the hidden underbelly to get to both the Solaris Concourse and the bathhouse. So you'll find the sort of middle section, and then from here, one direction goes off into the Solaris Concourse, like this. And then the other direction takes you out in the bathhouse. And you usually get brought out in the bathhouse pretty close to the Trial of Ascendancy. And in the bathhouse, there's also a secret door. Not so secrets on your mini-map, but there's a secret door inside the bathhouse. And inside it, there is a chest, and it has 2 to 3 orbs of scouring in it. Last one for Act 8 now, and there is a free unique that you can grab. So in the Lunaris Temple, there is a little tile on the floor that you can run over, and it gives you a special message pop up. The gentle glimmer of dawn greets the rising moon. And then you can find a similar one in the Solaris Temple level 1. This one says, "A shadow passes briefly across the rising dawn." And once you've got both of these, you can head to the Grand Promenade, and you'll find this area here. There's a door that's not normally there, and there's an emblem here on the floor of Solaris and Lunaris, and there's some stairs that you can go through. And in this room, you get Twilight's End chest, which gives you a free unique. In Act 9 now, and once you go into the Vistiri Desert from the descent, just to the right of the entrance to this zone, there is a small area with some statues, and there is a Crimson Offering, a Viridian Offering, and a Sapphire Offering. And these are just rare jewels that you can get. You select one of them, the other ones crumble, and you can take a jewel. In the Boiling Lake, when you're off to go kill the Gorgon, just before going to get the Gorgon on the sort of top right of the screen, you can take the left-hand wall instead, and it will bring you to this camp area. And there are 2 fossil remains here, and you can click these and you get 2 free fossils. In the tunnel, which is after the foothills in Act 9, you'll find the Trial of Ascendancy, and it's got all these traps. And once you're done, you can go back, and along this wall here, at the very end, there is a door and a switch. So you flip the switch, this is what the door looks like, and inside here is a chest with a random transfigured gem. In the refinery, you can follow the tracks until you find a similar crate to the one from the grain gate. And going into these refinery tunnels, you'll find a crafting recipe along with some also supplies. This crafting recipe is the trigger socket spell and is a skill with a 8-second cooldown, or the trigger socket spell when you focus with a 0.25 second cooldown. And the last one here is the Ossuary. This is one of my favorite ones. You go into the Ossuary, bone pits, and go and find the Trial of Ascendancy in here. And on one side of the trial here, there is a switch, and on the other side, this opens up a secret door over here, and there is a chest in. And the last one here is the Ossuary. This is trigger socketed spells when you focus with a 0.25 second cooldown. And the last one here is the Ossuary. This is one of my favorite ones. You go into the Ossuary, you enter the bone pits, and go and find the Trial of Ascendancy in here. And on one side of the trial here, there is a switch, and on the other side, this opens up a secret door over here, and there is a chest in here with a hidden gem in, but it's actually a facetous lens, and this gives you 10 million stored experience, which you can apply to any gem that you have. I hope you found this video useful. If you did, please consider subscribing.
To posledné
And you'll
tučné.
also get a lot of value out of the video I made about how to...
To posledné tučné ostane sa sračky.
V rade určite aj pre zápasom sme takýto výsledok brali, hej, že nie je jednoduché vyhrať vonku a taký super už je nevidiený, že nám povedie, že oni sa 15 minút musí dávali na tým a oni vlastne čudajú a nám dali oknu a dostali trochu do hry a nakoniec boli aj lepší tým, myslím si, ten prvý polčas to zväčšenie len tie 2 góly, ale my sme to mali aj mali sme to celkom dobre hlavnú techniku do defenzívy, ale dopredu, takže s výsledkom som spokojný a myslím si, že so zápasom jasne, že ideálne to nebolo, ale že na úvod a vonku jasne super a
ale prišli ste od kapitána Andrza Šporára, takže ako si tým máš to pre vás znamená?
Prišli, ja som sa s ním iba podal ruku po zápase, neviem čo presne viem, že som asi na trénári a ja tomuto viac nepoviem, že toľko som tomu povedal, že tomu nepoviem nič.
Jasné, ale ako líder kabiny a dôležitý hráč kapitán.
Tak určite u neho nechceme prísť, ja by som ho ešte nepocholoval, ja verím, že to je v poriadku, neviem. Hovorím, nebavil som sa s ním, verím, že to nebude vážne, ak mu viac neviem povedať. Chýbať by nám chýbal určite, takže o tom nie je pochyb, takže ja budem sa na to pozerať nejak optimisticky, pozitívne, že bude OK.
Dobre. Takže môžeme to zabaliť. Túto schizofréniu. O jednej aj tak nič nie. No dole. Takže stačilo flaganstva, pripájme tieto gašparstva. Dneska sú pingvini. Vymažeme 5, 42, 45. No a čo zase tu sem nestalo? Tým neandertálcom chodím. Tell me a story. Vymazať skladbu. Vymaž skladbu. No a tu sem tiež niečo nezdá tým hajzlom. Ach, chorí ľudia. England. Vymaž skladbu. Pánovi Štvorkovi dám nápad, nech si dá pár gogol. Pozrieme, koľko máme stupňov, 19. To je tuhne, 19 tuhne. Ale stále je to v rámci normy. Stále si myslím, že je to na krátke triko. Keď bolo menej ako 19, ale stále toto je v rámci normy 19 stupňov. Tak si myslím, že je stále triko. Ak si zoberiem mikinu, tak sa spotím podľa mňa. Ale to sú také tie náhovno teploty, keď nie je ani dostatočne teplo, ani dostatočne zima, keď si v tom strede, kde ak si zoberiem mikinu, tak sa spotím, ak si nezoberiem mikinu, tak bude kúsok zimnice v krátkom triku, ale tak sa to hýba v branži. Nespravíš s tým nič. No, keď bolo menej ako, keď bolo teraz aspoň 18, zoberiem si mikinu, ale 19. Uvidíme. Ja to otestujem s tou 19. Keby bola zima, tak aspoň viem, že 19 stupňov už je na mikinu. Odchádzame. Keď nejaké pikušky, zametajte si, snad sa vidíme. Okay. Snad sa vidíme. Fine. Oh, there. 80 focus. I mean, moving forward. Recreate this thing. Barman? Keď boli mŕtvi, tí kone tam ležali. Oho. Kako? Tešilo ma. Tak balíme, páni. Žiadne vulgarizmy.
Hi, old friend. You won't see this, man.
Hi. This is my favorite customer. Hi.
Fucking god. Ja tu mám toto. No to som aj zabudol, to sa snažím získať tú zbraň. A fuck. To znamená 60-kové stongue v KT. Zaujímavé. That's a big Jojo. Dobre, to znamená teraz pôjdeme na... Ale teoreticky ešte na nič. Možno ešte vysolím zajtra z jedného dungeonu niečo.
Hi, you. Check out this new.
Hi. Welcome. Welcome.
This is pretty cool. Dobre páni, balíme. Tady jsem špekuloval. No nič, balíme. Ale páni, vidíme sa snad zajtra, tak zatiaľ držíme sa, no. Snad sa vidíme, keď stánem.